Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today. This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry. I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolaters. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Well, I got to tell y'all before we even get started today that we are in store for some wonderful lessons today. Treats, 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 you know, but treats only come to those who are in search of a treat. You know what I mean? If you're here today and you think you know it all, then this ain't for you. But if you are here today and you know you don't know it all, but you want to go closer to the Most High and you need a foundation point, somewhere to get started so that you can draw that energy from the Most High, draw that spirit from the Most High to embody you and to help you to achieve your weakest times, your most confused times, times when you really need a listening ear. If you want to learn these things, then now is the time. This is the place, and we ready to feed you, ready to teach you and give you that treat. So let's walk together, family. Let's journey together. Today, oh, Isha, you ain't fixed that? It's supposed to say, does the Bible teach about UFOs?
Oh, I don't know how to fix that.
Very interesting topic for today. Very interesting topic. And we're going to approach it. We're going to splurge. We're going to learn. We're going to listen. We're going to teach, and we're going to offer advice. And we're going to give our views. And I'm very interested in what you all feel about UFOs. Do you all think UFOs is something that's real today? You think UFOs is in existence today? Do you think the Bible teaches about UFOs? How about you put up your suggestions prior to us even getting started? So when we go into the lesson, we ain't got to have that gap of giving people time to type. You can just go ahead and type in there what you think. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And we're going to get into this together. We're going to do this together as a team, as one people with one mind. We're going to worship this King, and we're going to learn all that we can learn. And we're going to help each other and build each other up so that none of us are lacking. Because for a lot of us, life is very difficult. It doesn't have to be when you work together with a resource that we all can contribute a little bit to get a greater outcome, a greater return. So before I get started, I got so many people that was here so early. So I want to go down my list and just give my family the proper respects. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Higdalia. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Nina. All right. Sister Viata, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Viata. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. Sister Aisha, Shabbat Shalom. And we got a newcomer. Seems like this might be her first time here with us, Sister Dominique. Aisha Chief Malak. Mr. Otter, he brought his wife. Whoa, Mr. Otter, that's what I'm talking about. He said, yeah, I ain't by myself. I'm happy. Here she go. Fresh to life, Kezu, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you all. Sister Aisha, Shabbat Shalom. And Katir, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Yes. Yes. And Katir, all the love, all the kisses. May the Most High continue to bless you, and yes. Who else was we at? Who else was we at? That was it. That was it. Sister Laurel, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Ornette, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Ornette, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Soraya, Shabbat Shalom. Ima Yahudith, Shabbat Shalom. Everyone, Shabbat Shalom. Oh, man. I know. I'll get back to that, sis. I ain't left nothing. I'm going to get right back to it, but I got to give my people their respects. You want to say?
She's more laughing at you.
I can't hear you.
She was laughing at you singing.
Who? Oh, she said, don't stop teaching. So you trying to stop, don't sing. All right, whatever. Everybody got to find a purpose in life. And if mine ain't singing, it's okay. I ain't got no problem with it.
Sounded pretty good, though. You did.
I thought so too, but you know. Shabbat Shalom, Francis Stemblay, 8098. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. There's so many people. I might have forgot a whole bunch of y'all. All three of my brothers, Benjamin. Shabbat Shalom to you all. May the Most High be with you all. Who else did I forget? Who else did I forget? I don't like forgetting people. It's so important to me that I acknowledge my people. Those who are here, those what? Sister Esther, Shabbat Shalom, you and the family. May the Most High be with you all as well. Who do you say, Ima? Who I forget?
I didn't hear if you said Ima have a red.
Oh, I didn't get down that far yet. The emote didn't get thanked yet. Okay, let's go. Ima Havared, Shabbat Shalom. Ima Sakari, Shabbat Shalom. Any more emote we got? I don't know. I think that's it. I got you, sis. Sister Laurel, I got you. I ain't forget about you. All right. So we're going to rock and roll, y'all, but we're going to have a wonderful day. So before we get started, y'all, before we move any further, everybody go hit that like button, go smash that like button, and go hit that share button. Share it to your social media. And if you ain't got no social media, share it down your text message line. You can hit the bill collector. You can hit the water company. Share the text message, share the link to everybody in your contacts. Let's get it going, y'all. Today's class is going to be very, very interesting class. Not that the other ones in the past hasn't been, but this is going to be another interesting class. Very, very interesting. We are so grateful for all of you who are constantly here with us. You know, all the support that you all, Brother Dequan, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Ornette, Shabbat Shalom. All of you just showing your support here, showing up every Shabbat is very important to us. And we're grateful. We are so grateful that you all come in and show your support. All my children, Shabbat Shalom, Yeladin. All my children. Ezzy Wanya is always in the house on the down low. She don't say much, but she be there. Sister Bahira, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. Ezzy Wanya is always in the background somewhere lurking. Last week I saw my daughter Tiana was in here. And if you're here today, Shabbat Shalom, Bati, Shabbat Shalom. But it's always about building. It's always about growing. It's always about being your best, being on your best. And y'all know that here at Beulah Land at Temple Kifarim, we're about building up. Our logo is building families one soul at a time. We're serious about that. Building families one soul at a time. We are extremely serious about that. Helping, building, growing, teaching, loving, protecting, providing. That's what we're about. So somebody must have been watching my lessons. I guess they probably watched a couple of them because they start making videos about me, start talking bad about me. Yeah, and these people was Maureen. These were some, I must have said something that struck a nerve. It probably was the part where I started talking about the sisters ain't got to work. If you married to a woman, she ain't got to work. It ain't her responsibility to take care of herself. It's your responsibility to provide for what you call your wife. She ain't got to work. If she works, it's because she wants to work. And if y'all low on funds, go get another job, bro. Do what you got to do. So I figured that must be what it was for, man, because the brothers, they was just getting mad at me, start talking. I must be doing something right because they was getting mad, talking all that talk, you know. is starting their stuff, man. Don't nobody want to fight with nobody. We in a time right now where too much fighting is already over for us fighting against ourselves. Our fights should be with the real enemies, the real oppressors, those people out there, and not with each other. If anything, bro, you should be trying to rock with the brother and not against the brother. Ishi, why you not here, Ishi? You're supposed to be up here on the platform with me. Okay, all right. Shabbat shalom. Yeah, I must be talking some serious stuff, man. They starting to make videos and Facebook and Instagram posts about me. And then look. Then they try to leave my name out of it, like they don't want to say, you know who, I know who it is. I know who you're talking about. I know exactly who you're talking about, but it's all right. Because when I talk about you, I use your name. I don't hide because I'm not afraid of no man, especially nobody that walk around on two legs in this earth. That don't bring me no fear. They must have forgot. I guess that little situation went by 3 years ago. I guess I didn't do too much, so I guess everybody feel like they could just pull my strings and try to hurt and harm and embarrass me. But it don't work no more because I've elevated so far. I don't even see the negativity. They be throwing it, and I don't even see it. I be like risen spiritually so high above that they can't pull me back down, and I'm not going back down. They can't pull me back down to that level where they at because they want to argue, be jealous, and show hatred, all that stuff. They can't pull me back down in that level. You could talk about me today and I'll help you tomorrow. It won't even matter to me because I don't hold that. I don't bear grudges. Man, come on now. It's just not Prince. When you achieve a certain level in spirituality, things that affect common people don't affect you. And I'm just being honest. It won't affect you. People will talk about you. People won't want to share with you. People will be talking mean and nasty and telling other people about you. And you'll still walk up to that brother and sister, give them a hug and say shalom. You just know where to put people. You know what I mean? Leave them right there. But you ain't got to talk negative. You ain't got to lash back out. You ain't got to start no ruckus. Well, I got to get even. All that situation that all those people did to me, I let the Most High handle them. And now this person's sick, this person dying of that. Not that I wish any harm or hurt on anybody, but the Most High fight the fights for us. We don't have to fight the fights. This person running from jail, the police chasing him up and down the street. He's getting locked up, incarcerated for 15 years, all because he spoke bad and ill about me. This other one over here on crack, him and his wife, they strung out on crack. Listen, y'all, through the fight against the Most High servant. The Most High servant didn't lash back. He let the Most High deal with y'all. And now all you got to do is go back and check the track records and you'll see that everything that I'm saying is true. The Most High took every one of them and caused them to live a life that they wasn't living prior to that situation. I don't have to raise a hand, but I still, I do what I got to do. Be loyal to this king and let the Most High do what he do for me. And I'm grateful. I'll leave it to the Most High. I'll let him handle it. Because when I handle it, it's a open and shut case. It's over. It's done. It's, I come from that way and I try to leave that way behind me. And I don't want to be a part of that no more because I got too much to lose. I have too many people depending on me. Too much depending on me. My life isn't about a 9 to 5 punching somebody's clock and saying, ding dong, can I get off on the Shabbat day? That's not my life. That's their life, but that ain't my life. And now I'm being criticized and ridiculed because that's not my life. I choose for that not to be my life. And I'm not saying anything is wrong with that. If that's the life that you live in, that's the life you live in. That's okay. But I'm not going backwards for nobody, for nothing. I'm going to keep moving forward, doing what the Most High has for me to do. Keep serving this king, worshiping this king, and serving the people of the Most High. Because that's what's important to me today. Watching you get rich, watching you live a good life, watching you serve the Most High, watching you fall in love with your brothers and your sisters and your neighbors that live down in the community with you. That's my goal. That's my purpose. So we could build this nation and rise up out of this land, go home to the Holy Land and rule the earth. That's it. But a lot of you can't see that. But I see that. That's my vision. That's my mind. That's what I see. We home ruling this planet. That's what I see. And that's where I'm at. And if you ain't with it, so be it. It's okay. But I'm there. And I'm not going to let it go just because you don't like me, because you don't like the way I talk, because my lessons exposes your weaknesses and your character flaws. Let them keep exposing those things, because I am who I am. I'm here to serve the Most High. And if what I say hits you a certain type of way to make you feel uncomfortable, then it was meant for you. It was meant for you. So my suggestion would be, don't get mad at me. Just change your lifestyle. Just get a little bit better. Just learn and listen to the things that I spoke about that expose your weaknesses and make them your strengths. Because you don't take care of your wife, you don't take care of your children, you don't take care of your family. Then if you heard me say this and it hit a nerve within you, then just reverse your behavior and begin to do those things. So there we go. I'm not upset. I ain't upset. No, not at all. Let's do this, family. We here for the long haul. We here for the long run. We here to serve this king and be the very best versions of ourselves that we can possibly be. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting. All right, so let's get started. Now that I had all that run for like 20 minutes, let's see who wants to be first. So wait a minute. Ho. This person right here, Francis Strimblay. Now, I gave you some proper shout outs earlier. Why are you doing that right there? See, that's probably one of them people that's be hating on me. That's probably what it is. They felt like they're going to come in and destroy and distract from what we're doing. I would kindly ask of you, Francis, please don't do that on the page, please. You know who we are. You know how we represent. You know who I am. Please don't do that. Look how they got the picture and then they got this name, all that stuff. Like somebody gonna look. Nobody's interested in looking you up. But the Creator sees what it is that you're doing. Above anything and anybody else, the Most High knows. This is not necessary. Whether you're a brother or sister, it's not necessary. Because what you're trying to do is interrupt the Most High Spirit from teaching today. So your war is not with me. It's not with my wife. It's with the Creator. So go talk to the Most High and see if the Most High got something for you. All right? Take it down, please. May the Most High be with you, whoever you are. Okay. Well, you're going to learn if you keep on doing that. You're going to learn that relationship I got with the king. You better stop. I'm telling you, it's not going to work out good for you. Just leave it alone. Let's keep it moving. Let's just keep it moving. Francis, maybe you should just listen today, because there might be a lot of things you can get out of today's lesson that will help your life. Okay? All right. Let's rock and roll. All right. So, Ishi, you ready? You ready? All right. Yes. So we're going to start, family, by thanking the Most High, giving the Most High his proper respect and praise and glory and honor. So here we go. Want to go first?
Well, Higdalia already put hers.
So yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. See, Higdalia was first, so let her be first.
Yes.
Shabbat Shalom, Sister Higdalia.
And read her thankful. All right. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom, Lekulam. Malka Higdalia, her thank you is, I am thankful that I understand without the Most High, I would not have anything at all. It gives me extreme joy and humility all at the same time. Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah.
And then she added, I am thankful that the Most High has blessed Malka Hagadola with an amount of patience that is indescribable. Toda Yehovah. Well, Toda Rabbah says, I'm working on it.
May the Most High be praised.
All right. So go. Anki Ter says, Toda Rabbah to the eternal Creator for another year of life. Baruch Hashem.
May the Most High be praised.
And then my sister wife, Autumn, says, I'm incredibly thankful to the Creator for his everlasting kindness, mercy, mercy, faithfulness, and more. I'm very grateful for the husband he has blessed me with, his love, care, and protection. I'm extremely grateful for my family and that they are still here with us, all of us on this day in the land of the living. The Most High is King and he is wonderful.
The Most High is King. May the Most High be praised. Torah.
Right. All right. So I will go into my thank yous. I'm sorry.
Look, she got a whole list of them. Look, she got them all written down, so she don't forget none of them.
I don't have it. I don't have it written down. So yes, all praises, all glory goes unto our Creator of heaven and earth, the one and only, our Elohim. All praises to Him for this day, for life, for substance, for minds that know and grow, our limbs that are working, our eyes that can see, our ears that can hear, and our mouths that can speak, and especially speak with righteousness, productivity, blessings upon each other and ourselves. Using what the Most High has given us to not be selfish in our ways, but to be open to share with one another. And that sharing is just not material things, but the knowledge that He has placed in our minds and our hearts, to know Him, to love Him, to seek Him, and to teach His ways in the most righteous manner. All praises to the Creator for my Horim, my parents, the legacy that they have left here on this earth. Every week I say it because I am super abundantly grateful for the life that my parents have given me. Many times I will say how as a child I was not thankful. I took it for granted, was upset about it. So many different emotions because I didn't understand why they sacrificed and what the sacrifices were for until I was able to get to a certain age and understand life and where we are and why they did what they did. So I'm always going to be thankful for them, thankful for the sacrifices. And then not just the sacrifices, but the discipline that they placed in my brothers and sisters and I, the constant work that they made us do. Some of the punishments that we didn't understand, like just for example, we didn't get like, I guess, typical punishments with stitches. I mean, there were things we got, whipped with. But one of the most things that we were disciplined to do, if we did something very just not right, not wrong, or didn't listen to them, we had to stand on the wall. And standing on a wall to me was more punishable or more, it was harder than getting a whipping, because you get a whipping, that burn, that sting goes away. But standing on a wall, you had to stand there and think about all the things you did to have to be standing on the wall. Then you had to stand at a wall on attention, meaning we couldn't scratch, we couldn't move, we just had to stand there and be still. And what it did teach me, in many years, it took me to learn this, but it taught me too how to be still, how to, if you have an itch, you feel something biting you, we couldn't do anything, we couldn't scratch it, we just had to take our mind somewhere else to ignore that pain. So now that I'm older, I realize what that one disciplinary action did for the rest of my life, and so I'm thankful for that, because they taught us, there were lessons inside of lessons that we wouldn't have really understood at that time, but they made sure that eventually we were going to get it, and they kept it going. They never stopped. We were standing on the wall for years and years. It was part of our discipline, our daily discipline, to the point where, I implemented it with my children at times. So I'm just grateful for them. I'm super grateful, just super, 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 super grateful for my parents. And I'm abundantly grateful for the Most High's blessing, for His provisions with my husband, and allowing me to have such a great husband, allowing him to be such a great leader and teacher among the people. When I hear him talk about how people talk about you, my mother always said, like, people are always going to talk about you, good or bad, but it's something obviously you're doing that they're paying attention to and that they want to emulate in a way that they may not be able to. So a lot of times people talk about you because they want the attention that you're getting, but they're seeking it in the wrong way. And of course my husband knows this. I'm always like, just keep going, keep on that same path of what the Most High has already placed you in, because you have a job to do, and it doesn't matter if people like the way that you do it or accept it or want to be a part of it. You're doing what the Creator has proportioned for you to do in this part of your life, and that's what that's what's up. That is what is the utmost important, not the opinions of others. So I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful for your steadfastness, your discipline, and your dedication to the Creator and what He has bestowed upon you. I am grateful for my family. I'm grateful for my sister wife, my children, my womb children, and my bonus children. I'm grateful for all of them and what they have taught me in this life. I'm super grateful that after 2 years of not having seen physically or barely any contact with my youngest son, that he has now returned to our home. Super grateful for that. I'm super grateful that the Most High has allowed us to be together once again, to heal through all the craziness of the world. And I pray that the Most High continues to bless him, heal him from the things that he had to endure. And may the Most High, as I said, continue to bless all of us. I'm grateful I'm grateful for a lot of things. Y'all know this, right? Okay. So I'm grateful for, our land, our community. I'm grateful for our school so much. We're going into our second semester, and a lot of my educators just submitted grades. And I was profoundly proud and also disappointed at the same time in seeing some of the grades, and just disappointed in some of the students and some of the educators, just in the whole process, because I know we can do better. We are not rearing up failures. And so my goal is to, counter what I saw that disappointed me, and to make sure that those grades are brought up, whether we have to individually work with our students. I look at this mission that he has placed me in, this position as a principal, as a teacher, as a mother to many, to stand up, give our children the attention they need, the education they need, the love, the care, the time, the patience. Because a lot of times what happens in public schools, the teachers don't have the patience because they're on a rigid schedule. They have to stick to whatever that curriculum is, that lesson plan is, or they'll be fired or fined or, whatever. But in our school, we have the ability to go at our pace, to take our time with our students, and to elevate them to the highest level that we know they can do, to encourage them to always be their best and do their best. So I'm super grateful for this opportunity. It has humbled me in ways that I never, expected. It's allowed me to even reflect on my own self as a student when I was in school, and what I didn't get and what I wanted, and now what I can provide, or what we can provide to our students. I'm grateful for the parents that are, when I say 1,000,000% dedicated, like Malka Higdalia, More Kedzu, Sister Katura, so many parents that are dedicated to their students in our school and have dedicated a lot of their time for the growth of our school. I'm so appreciative and grateful. More Cece, yes, Ms. Jen, so many teachers, More Amira. We have so many, Nasika Muna. When I look at our staff, our family at the school, I'm proud, my sister wife, More Zante, like so many educators, I'm proud of what we are doing. I'm proud of what we have developed. I'm proud of, what the students get to see every day. That image of self-reliance, self-beauty, teachers that look like them, that speak like them, that believe like them. That's a very special place to be in for children, to be able to look up and see exactly what they want to be in life, you know, when they grow up. Um, I'm super thankful. I'm just super thankful to the Creator for everything that He has placed. You know, when I talk to my cousins and my sisters daily, I'm thankful for them. Thankful I see Ima Sukari here today. Thankful for her life, you know, and thankful for the blessings that the Most High has placed upon her and continues to be with her and protect and guide her. Um, yeah, it's so much more. I'm thankful. I got to shout out Uncle Raheem, who's here, and y'all, Uncle Raheem. He's my husband's uncle, but he's our uncle, right? And this elder, he's an elder, but he's out here putting in work for our people, you know. And you know, we know he does not attest to the same way of life we do. But he doesn't not he does we're family at the end of the day. And he comes down here and he's putting in work. And so I'm grateful for him. I'm grateful that the Most High is allowing us to be able to have him in our presence, to be able to love on him, feed him, you know, give him security, give him a place of peace and you know, in his time of need. So I'm just super grateful for so much. I'm sure there's other things that I forgot, but grateful to the Creator for all things. And may He continue to keep us. May He continue to guide us, protect us, shield us from all hurt, harm, and danger. And may the Most High always be spoken of in the highest of highs, despite what others may try to do. As I see in the comments, the Most High is here. He's present in everything that we do. And He knows our hearts. He knows who we are. And He's going to allow us to prevail over all things. So, Zehu.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. You go ahead. You got some acknowledgments in there, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yes. I will pull down. I believe I... All right. I think... Okay. Yeah. All right, Chief Malak says, I'm thankful to the Creator for the life and time of the elder Captain Ephraim. May Creator bless his memory.
May the Most High bless his memory.
And,
Captain Ephraim.
Amy Sakari says, Shabbat Shalom.
Chief, if you get Captain's possible dates of his service, his repast or the funeral, please let us know, list it in the comments so we could post it. Because I was looking around for it, but I didn't see it. Yeah. All I did was see of his passing, but I didn't see anywhere where they were having a celebration or ceremony for his life. If you can get that information, please post it so that others can have an opportunity to visit. Please, Total Rabbah.
All right. Okay, Dolly says, indeed, the Shabbat is a blessing that adds benefit to our lives and bodies. Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised.
Says, yea, Eviyahu came. May the Most High continue to have his hand over his life. May it be.
Most High be
praised. Zaquina Lorel and Zaquina Kimya says, Total Rabbah, Most High, sovereign, for your daily covering of protection, provisions, wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and love. May your name be forever praised. Hallelujah.
Most High be praised.
Malka Higdalia says, I'm grateful for this amazing school. You all started it and have diligently strived to help us all teach our children.
May the Most High be praised.
Aim Sukari says, grateful for the opportunity to be present for each Shabbat service and getting understanding.
May the Most High be praised. Aim Ima Sukari, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Ima Sukari.
The Most High keep our uncle, we love him.
Giving his shout outs. All right, was there any other comments?
I'm looking now.
Any other acknowledgments to the Creator?
Nope.
All right. Francis Tremblay, would you like to thank the Most High for anything special? Francis Tremblay, would you like to thank the Most High for anything special? All right, let's move forward. All right, Ima, you ready to take over? You ready to take over, Ima?
Sure.
Got your time now. Talk about that subject you wanted to talk about and let the world know about for those of us whose eyes are closed and who's not seeing as much as you're seeing and learning as much as you're learning. Help us to understand some things about life that prominently affect so many of our people. Are you ready?
King.
May the Most High guide your mind. Shalom.
Shalom. Ta-da. A second. Let me put something else up here.
So while she's doing this presentation, family, you could be getting your commandments in order because you know we do the commandments next. So you could be getting your commandments in order so you can present your commandment when that time comes about. All right.
Okay. All right, you guys. So some of you have been here for the last few weeks when I take a moment to just speak on present news or something that may be affecting us as a people, as women, preferably because I am a woman. I do like to educate our women. So today's topic, of course, is about us women, our bodies, things that we are experiencing. And in some ways, we may not, how you put it, know how to deal with it or the signs of it. But before I even begin, I would like, because this is a teaching platform that, I think it's Sister Francis. I'm not sure if you're a brother or sister, Salakli. Well, no, I was just going to ask if y'all can, politely stop commenting and we can stop replying. Because we can't.
Let them do their thing, baby. It's all right. Just let them do what they're doing. They can comment as much as they want. They can put whatever they want to put. It ain't affecting nobody. It ain't hurting nobody. If they're here, possibly they're hearing something that may change their life. So let them keep on doing what they're doing. Let's rock and roll.
All right, King.
And they ain't got to ignore them. If they want to comment with them, let them keep on commenting. They can respond. It's all right. Let them do their thing.
All right. So I wanted to, my topic today for everyone, for our sisters, and some of us who are older, who've already dealt with it, please comment what you may have experienced or what you know to be able to assist. It's been something heavy on my heart to, it does distract, but we're going to keep it moving. It's been heavy on my heart as I'm not an elder yet, but I'm an older woman in this walk. And what I noticed from when I first came in this walk almost 20 years ago was that the older women that were present around me weren't really being guides. Like if I had issues of womanhood and things I did not understand about my body or just what I was going through, it didn't feel like I had a place or there was a space for women to go to be able to talk to each other, or even I didn't even feel welcomed by older women to be able to come to them and ask questions. I had my mother at the time, but even that, because we walk different ways, I felt like it was imperative, or it is imperative, to have older women in this walk of life who you can go to and seek for a certain guidance, that have a different understanding than you would from someone who is not who is not in this walk, outside of, we cherish our mothers, but they don't necessarily agree. Some of us have mothers and family that do not agree with us choosing to reclaim our faith and reclaim our heritage, as Israelites. So one thing that I have purposely been actively doing is being that person for younger women that I come in contact with. being a mother figure who just not in just calling me a Ema, but actually you're able to call me and talk to me, get advice, and get better understanding of, our bodies and our minds, the way we think and what's going on, because that is something that we need that guidance, and we can learn from each other, because there are things that are going on in the world today with our younger women that didn't happen when I was in my 20s. But it's so important that we have that dialogue and we keep that connection, because what we know in the westernized society is when you get to a certain age, they want you to disconnect from one another. They want you to basically say, you know what, oh, I'm older than you, I'm on this the other level, let me go over here, right? And deal with myself on this level and leave you stranded out there and try to figure out life on your own. That's what we're taught in this world. That's what we're taught in this society. To once you get a certain age, you're grown, go figure it out for yourself. I didn't come from that life, and I don't see how that's beneficial for us as a people. So my goal is to, be that person, and then collectively build that with other sisters who have like minds, as I do. So, not to prolong this, today I wanted to speak on perimenopause. One, because I personally am going through it, and I didn't realize I was going through it until maybe like a year ago, like really going through it. And I've learned so much about myself, about womanhood at a certain age, when you're going through certain things. And so I just really wanted to speak on it today, to kind of just give more enlightenment and encouragement to us women going through it, because it can be a heavy, really heavy heaviness on us. And I've noticed, even in myself and other sisters who are going through it that I speak with, it causes us, to have part a certain top part, a certain part of mental anguish, where we're battling thoughts, battling just feelings. Our bodies are changing in ways sometimes we feel uncontrollable, and so I just, truly wanted to shed some light. First, I'll just, talk about what wow talk about what perimenopause is, the meaning, and then we can definitely dialogue in the chat on the different things that you may be doing or have done, or heard about to do to help combat some of this, because a lot of things that we go through, um uh, especially in this day and time, comes from our food, comes from what we watch on TV, what we listen to, comes from what we put on our skin, the oils, the lotions, all those different things. So I'll get into it. So perimenopause, sorry, one second. So perimenopause is the natural transition between leading up to menopause. And I'm getting all this information, of course, from different sites on Google and in the internet and other medical facilities that I've studied in the last year, just figuring out my stages of life. So it says perimenopause is the natural transition period leading up to menopause, where your ovaries gradually decrease hormone, estrogen, and progesterone production, causing irregular periods, hot flashes, mood swings, sleep issues, and brain fog, typically starting in your 40s, but sometimes earlier. And it can last for years before menopause, 12 months without a period begins. It's a time of hormonal flux as the body shifts out of reproductive years, and pregnancy is still possible. That's a big key, y'all. Pregnancy is still possible. So the key characteristics around the around stage, P-E-R-I, means near. So it's the time near menopause, ending when you have had no period for a full year. Hormonal roller coaster. Estrogen and progesterone levels rise and fall unpredictably, causing various symptoms. Variable duration. It can last anywhere from a few years to a decade. And I can say that I've really noticed that it's been a few years of going through, gradually building up to this. Um, you're welcome, Sister Esther. No problem. Um, so common symptoms that, and it's important for us to discuss this as Black women. We ignore a lot of symptoms. We think, oh, okay, yeah, whatever. That's just, I'm just late, or that this bump popped up, but it's nothing, I ate too much sugar. And sometimes it can be that, but we really do have to pay attention because it can be so many other things. But we, as Black women, we're so strong, and we figure like, hey, something my husband said earlier, we know, a lot of us think we know everything, but we do not. Our bodies go through changes that we have never experienced before, and it's our job, truly our job, to pay attention to our body, to speak up for our body. It doesn't matter to whom, but you have to protect your body, protect yourself. And the only way you can do that is to research, ask the questions, open up the dialogue, reach out to another sister, say, hey, I was feeling this. Have you ever had this happen to you? And just open up these conversations so you can feel more comfortable with changes you're going through, and just feel like, hey, I have somebody I can talk to and that'll listen to me as well. So I'm sorry, Sister Aisha. It says common symptoms: menstrual changes, shorter or longer cycles, heavier or lighter bleeding. Physical, hot flashes, night sweats, vaginal dryness, muscle aches, weight changes, and sleep disturbances. Emotional, cognitive, meaning mood swings, or irritability, anxiety, difficulty concentrating, brain fog. I mean, so many of these things that I have acknowledged within myself, like, whoa, not really understanding what's going on, but that's what was going on. And now I let people know, hey, y'all, I'm going through perimenopause. I need y'all to bring it down a little bit. Let me figure something out. Give me a moment, because it's a whole different process from 10 years ago than what I'm dealing with now. So, and then what to expect. So it tells us, right? The first thing it says, what to expect. You are still fertile. You can still get pregnant during perimenopause. I was just telling my husband today, like, I am 48. As much as I love my children, and I really, at a certain point in my life, wanted to be pregnant, and have more babies. I'm like, I'm 48. Whew, I don't know what I would do, honestly, just being completely honest. And I've had these conversations with the creator, right, of getting pregnant at 48. That's a lot, especially with my oldest at 28, my youngest at 14. That's a big gap. And it's, your body has changed in so many ways after a certain point, and your mind too. You don't have the same patience. You don't have the same energy. Your mind is like, whoa, you're tired more, all these different things. But I also see, and I've seen this in the last week, I saw at least 10 stories of women from their beginning 40s to their end of 40s having babies still, having twins and single deliveries. And I'm just like, wow, and we know that it's possible. Of course, we're children of the creator. We know what we can do and what we're capable of doing. But, it's still a mind thing. It's a mind game that happens to you. And so, and also it says not menopause yet. Menopause is confirmed only sisters after 12 consecutive months without a period. So it's not even just a time where, okay, I haven't had my cycle in 2 months, and then it pops back up. It says 12 consecutive months. So those are the things we have to pay attention to. And yes, if you have a GYN, I encourage you, especially one that you trust, that loves you, that is going to respect your decisions, to speak with them openly about your changes. I'm one who, I do speak with my doctor. I do, regularly go see her once a year at least and get my levels checked through my blood work, because I'm just a curious person. I like to see what's going on in my body, especially when I'm not completely understanding everything, right? But I'm also one, I don't believe in westernized medicine to a degree when I can find other alternatives. There are times when we do have to partake in these medications. But for me, I know, dealing with what I've been dealing with, I usually just I look at the herbs that I can do. Like right now, I have a whole regimen I do on herbs. It's certain juices that I drink, a lot of water. I fluctuate my eating habits. I don't like to call them diets, but my eating habits or changes, and I identify what's good for me, what's not good for me. And so even with that, I look at sugars. Sugars are really not good for my body. Some people it may be good for them, but I know for me it's not. I know it gives me anxiety. It makes me nervous. It puts a lot of weight on me. It causes me to crave things that I don't even eat, and have cravings for stuff that I've never even thought about eating. And so we know for me, I identify that as a drug. Anything that causes me to have cravings for other things is a drug. And then also I think about as sugar, it's some form of parasite, because parasites also cause you to crave things because it wants to eat, it wants to live. And so in living, that means you have to feed it. And so it's going to cause you to eat things to feed it, not feed you. So we just have to be completely aware, completely alert of our bodies, what's overtaking us, because in sicknesses or in changes, perimenopause is not a sickness, but in the change, it can also cause your mind to have warped ideas of what's going on and crave things and tell you certain things that are happening that is not. So I'm open for anybody in the comments who want to say anything, or any information you may have to share. This is what we're here for. And then of course, if you want to, we have a sisterhood that we constantly develop. We're not in there talking a lot because I know we all have abundance of work to do in our lives, but we do have a place for sisters. If you want to have more conversation or just link up with us, you certainly can. And you can, I will I'll put it up later, an email that you can definitely hit us up at, and then we can connect through that email. I won't give out my personal number at this time, but I can put that email up. So Toda Rabbi Zehu Ishi for this opportunity. I'm done. You're on mute.
Toda Rabah, may the Most High be praised.
Yeah. I guess I did see a couple of comments.
A lot of time. Go ahead. Address your comments. My apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Sister Esther said, Toda Rabah for going over this topic, Princess. I'm just weaving through all the other stuff that's happening. Okay. Well, Aim Kitir says, Toda for those insights, Princess. Mbaya, Toda Rabah for you all listening, despite, what's going on. I'm glad we're all still present here together. So
all the men sitting in the background saying, oh, that's what's going on with you. Talking about their women. That's what's going on. That's why you acting like that. Yeah, she going through the mood changes, man. You got to learn how to adapt.
Mm-hmm.
And for the young men whose wife might not be at age yet, this is something to prepare you for your future.
Absolutely. You 789 says, I agree. Definitely need training classes for men and women. Need trained nurses and doctors in the community. Absolutely. Toda Rabah. Brother Benyan says, blessed Shabbat to all servants of Yehovah, the Most High, and to the whole house of Yisrael.
Where you been, bro? We've been missing you, bro. Where you been?
Aim Sukari says, definitely utilize herbal remedies and healthy physical activities. Stay in touch with what you are going through. Absolutely, Aim. Very important. Toda Rabah. Oh, he said, I've been traveling.
Well, you got a phone. You travel, you log in. On the road, you log in. You just listen. May the Most High be with you, bro, and keep you safe. Shalom, shalom.
Sister Esther says Adam, Abraham, and Methuselah had years of experience with their wives. Yes, they did. But even with that experience, don't mean they understood. I think that's the biggest thing is sometimes, like, you said, Ish, is noticing the changes and not automatically getting defensive or upset, but trying to help her figure out, because sometimes the women we don't realize what we're going through at the moment. We're just like, oh, I don't know what's happening. But and instead of us, because some of us don't have an outlet or have someone to help us identify it, we're just reacting. We're being reactors. And sometimes we do need, and it is important for the husband to be like, okay, I noticed that you're changing, like what's going on, and not in a attacking way, but in a, hey babe, I noticed this is going on. Let's see what's happening with you, and trying to help her and also helping you to discover what's happening and to build with one another. I think that's always one of the best things, I think, because even, we're very transparent, even in our relationship, there were things in the last couple of years, because I'm going through this change. I wasn't fully understanding myself, and I don't think you were. But then, as I started understanding certain things and you started understanding certain things, and we started being patient in that process, we started to have more empathy in the process of what's going on and even communicate better, because it's like, oh, okay, this is what's happening. And not to use that as a reason to be mean or ugly or disrespectful to each other or nasty, but to understand, okay, before we get to these places, or even if we got to these places, how do we get back to working together, listening to each other through this process that you're going through as a woman, as a change, so that you can be productive and still do the things you need to do. And I'm not an expert on men. I don't know when y'all go through y'all change, but I'm sure there's changes that men go through. It's just may not be as extensive as women. Because, like, I'm just thinking in my head, like, the things that our body has inside, even to hold life in our body, to add all these essences to a human body, a human that's inside of us, like that's a whole lot of emotion, energy, time, a lot that is expelling from us. And that one day, like I said, our ovaries start to switch to become not of the women bearing years, but now of something else. That's a whole metamorphosis going on. A sister the other day said, "Yeah, you need to tell people." Oh, Nasika Muna, not it, that's my bati, my spiritual bati said, "Just tell people you're going through your butterfly stage." And I thought that was so beautiful, because that's basically what's going on. You're going into you're becoming, a different
Butterfly.
form. So,
You're going through your butterfly. You're going to becoming a butterfly.
it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor.
Okay.
So basically, thinking about those things and then finding the humor, finding the grace to be in that, and then just understanding it much better. So yeah, that's it.
Going through your butterfly stage, huh?
It's a stage.
Okay. Oh, may the Most High be praised. All right. So we have any other? I thought I saw some. Because we're going to that part right now, y'all. We're going to that part where you give your commandment. We can get to that part where you give your commandment for the day.
Yeah. And Ketia says, even if we have not gone through these changes, we as women need to be well informed so that we can be to help support our sisters. Absolutely, Aim. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
This person said, what does it have to do with UFOs? Well, that's part of the lesson later that my Ish will be given. But we have a platform here, so we go through stages in our day. So if you just stay on and be patient, we will get to that lesson shortly. Stay tuned. From caterpillar to butterfly. Absolutely.
There you
And, Ames
Caterpillar to a butterfly. Okay. You
Ames
know what caterpillars do? Hold up. You know what caterpillars do, right? They crawl on everything. They irritate you. They get on your nerves. They eat up stuff. That's what caterpillars do. And then when they become butterflies, they do the same thing, but they look so pretty.
Oh Lord, y'all.
Everybody loves a butterfly. Nobody loves a caterpillar.
They don't have the patience. That's what it is for that time. So Ames Sakar says transcending. Yes, it is. And then Sister Esther says the worst part of it is like Jezebel's total brain switch.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why we have to be diligent, because that's why I brought up the whole part about the mind. You know, a lot of times we don't understand our thoughts at times, but going through these changes can change our mind. And we have to be diligent, because those are the times truly when we have to seek out the Creator, because Hashetan is going to be right there to do his job. He's going to be right there to be like, oh, she's going she going through some things right now in her brain. Let me go in here and put some negative thoughts, you know. Let me go in here and just poke this little nerve of hers. But that's when we have to be diligent. That's when it takes sisterhood, unity. You know, if you have a Ish in your life, for him to be patient, to kind of help you seek out those things, and even to go to him and say, hey, I'm having these thoughts, this is going on, what are we going to do? So, you know, let's use these, you know, tools that we have here. Don't be afraid to talk about it. You know, I think that's the biggest thing with us. We put this fear in ourselves of, oh, if I say this, then people are going to think I'm weak. But it sometimes you need that. You need to say it so you can have the strength of others to lift you up, because in those times you may be weak. You know, you may be weak. So, Zehu, I know we're going to get into the part. I think it's still more comments. 1 second. Oops, I'm sorry. My sister wife says, if you can't take me at my caterpillar stage, you can't handle my butterfly. That's what we doing now? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Because the caterpillar is part of the butterfly, and the butterfly is still part of the caterpillar. It's all one. So I agree. Toda Rabbah. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Bahira. She says, Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat Shalom, Sister Bahir. And tell your husband I say Shabbat Shalom, my man.
All right, and we are going to
Ray Elazar.
All right, now we will get into our laws. Sorry, everybody. Let me go down. Malcolm Higdalia's law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 9 through 10. She has a couple of laws here, you guys, so I will read them. And the first law says, and when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field, neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am the Most High, your power.
May the Most High be praised.
And then her explanation is, in my understanding, this means all of what the Most High blesses us with does not belong to us. We are required to give a portion of the blessings to those who don't have sufficient means.
When I seen that this morning, first I want to acknowledge, thank you for that commandment, sis. And I also want to thank you for the understanding that you have that came out of that commandment. See, we as Israel, too often we go through life and we don't care about what others need. You know, we can have a brother or sister living in the community with us and we see them struggling and we have the means, we have the finances, but we talk about them or we laugh at them and we don't help them. Mm-hmm. But according to what I'm understanding you're presenting here and the commandment that you presented is teaching us how to learn to love, provide, and care for each other on a totally different spiritual level. In my understanding, this means all of what the Most High has blessed us with does not belong to us. You know how long I've been teaching that? I've been teaching that for at least 15, 20 years. And most people that I've shared that level of information with, it hasn't hit. They don't absorb it. You know, they don't understand that when right now, for the majority of our people, and please don't take that down yet, but for the majority of our people, we want to all get wealthy, or we want to all have enough money to provide for our lives the way that we want to provide for our lives and have a good time, enjoy things, and have extra left over. So therefore, we're stingy, we tight, we hold on to, we don't share, we don't help anyone else. You know, we keep it to ourselves. But that's not the way to do this. If you want to be wealthy or rich or with a lot of money, then you should talk, excuse me, you should begin to talk to people that have a lot of money, that are wealthy, that are rich. If you want to be righteous, then you should begin to talk to those that you feel are on that level of righteousness. But one thing I promise you that you will get from everyone who has achieved those things sincerely is that they got there because they share. They don't hold back. They're willing to give to others, to help others, and sometimes it even means giving your last. It's something about sharing with others or giving to others that the Most High sees, and he begins to bless you for that opportunity of what you do. It's something about it. That's why he has it in the commandments. You know, that's why she just read that commandment just there. You got all this food, you let it fall to the ground, let it be for the strangers. Because the Creator is providing for those who can't provide for themselves, but he's using you to do it. Now, the miser is going to walk around with a bucket after he drops stuff on the ground. He's going to pick it up and take it to himself so he can sell it and make a profit. He will be completing that cycle for the rest of his life because that's not what the Most High blesses. The Most High blesses those who keep his commandments. Therefore, if your people are in need and you have and you're able, even if you ain't able and you ain't have, you might be able to supply their need in a different way. Reach out to some resources that you might have, contact some people that you might know that can help that people get out of that situation. I get a whole lot of people that come to me all the time asking for some money, looking for some money, and I might not have it to give to them. But instead of me telling them no, I'll go and try to get somebody else to give me or loan me or let me get, just so that that person's need can be met.
Absolutely.
You know, that's what this is about. That's why we're here. And I'm talking about not just us, but us as a community. That's why we're here, so that we can help each other to get a leg in this race and come up and live a better life. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is by working together. Just like my sister put in that commandment, we are required to give a portion of the blessings to those who don't have sufficient means. We are required by the Most High to take care of each other. And that's what we got to learn as a people, especially when you call yourselves the nation of Israel. Ima, raise your hand up. Put your hand up. Show them your finger. Turn it around. Show them the other hand. You see that finger right there where she got that one little red fingernail polish on that one finger? That means something. But it only means something to the people who know what it means. It means, for people who understand, she could be anywhere in the world. And she might not have on no fringes. I don't know how that's going to happen, but she always wear them. But anything could happen. And she'll have that one fingernail polish. That's the one finger. That's a sign. That's a signal for people throughout the world who know what it means. That means that's your sister. Protect her. Provide for her. Take care of her. Nurture her. She could travel the world and not have a dime in her pocket. And if she meet into the right people, she bump into the right people, they will provide for her and take care of her means. We have to be knowledgeable, family, because that's how we're supposed to be with all of our people. All of our people. We have to wake up, family, because this race, this struggle, this hard time that we in, it ain't going to come out for good for us unless we begin to work together to help each other in this process. We have
Can.
to learn this. We are required to give a portion of our blessings to those who don't have sufficient means, and that's exactly correct. Go on to the next one, Iman, because I've been talked again and started some stuff again. Keep this thing moving. But that's what it's about. What that sister put up? What that sister, true brotherhood. Want for your brothers what you want for yourself. True definition of the word shalom. She's absolutely right. That is a sister, right? Me,
I
you.
don't. I don't.
I mean, that sounds like something a sister would do. So, me, you. Yeah, it might be. I don't know. Let us know, me, you, your brother or sister. Just let us know. I don't want to assume.
Mhm. All right. Malcolm Higdalia also added another law. It can be found in the book of Numbers by Midbar, chapter 15, verse 30 and 31. And it reads, "But the soul that doeth presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Creator, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people." Numbers 15:31, because he hath despised the word of the Most High and hath broken his commandment, that soul shall utterly be cut off. His iniquity shall be upon him. And her explanation is, too often people think that knowingly breaking the law is not a big deal. Yet, how could it be a light thing to show the Most High you hate his perfect law? Woo! Says
Teach.
we need to make sure our actions are deliberate and in line with our instructions. And I just wanted to say, because this is perfect. Yesterday, Sister Yashura, actually were speaking about how when we first came in this way of life and the foods that we had to give up. And we was just talking about it like, dang, like I think that was like certain foods was like, man, we got to give it up. And she told me how when her and her Ish first started learning about this way in the dietary law, they had a freezer full of seafood that they could not eat anymore. And they even questioned like, okay, well, should we just finish eating it? Should we just go ahead and eat it since it's here? And she said, and they made the decision to not do it because they were told, they was like, well, now we know we can't eat it. And I told her, I said, that was a test. The test is always there, because he didn't say, all right, now I'm gonna give you a week to get it out your system.
But
he said,
you know that by them doing that, it set the foundation for how
yeah,
they would walk with the Most High from that day forward.
absolutely.
Me, you, my apologies, bro. My apologies. Please forgive me. May the Most High be with you. Shalom, shalom.
So yeah, when she said that to me and reading this today, it just reminded me of that, how there's so many people who knowingly break the law and be like, oh, it's not a big deal. He'll forgive me, or I can go and do this. I can go and pray about it and he'll forgive me. It's like, no, let's not become habitual in doing that, because a lot of people do that. They be like, oh yeah, I'll just sit here with this unclean person today, and as long as I take a shower and do this, but you're choosing to be unclean, or I'll just, even though I know I'm not supposed to eat this, I'll just eat it because I'm hungry and I don't see nothing else. It's like, well, you could fast, or just get some fruit if it's nearby. But we choose to do something and say, it's not a big deal, and I could pray about it and the Most High will forgive me. That's our biggest thing. The Most High will forgive me, and it's like, wow, okay, but what if he doesn't? Has anybody thought about that? Like, what if he does not forgive
you? He knows my mind.
Right. It's like, but what if he does not forgive you? What are you ready, prepared for those consequences? So I think about that a lot. And I always think about that when I'm doing something like, now, if he don't forgive me, or if he don't approve of this, am I ready for the consequence that could come from it? And it's always no, because I don't know what the consequence is. So how can you be ready for something that you don't know? It could be death. It could be losing a leg. We're not ready for that. We think we are, but we're not ready for none of that. So, just being mindful for that. So to the Rabat sis for bringing up those laws, very thought-provoking. I'm just scrolling down to the next law. I don't think I shared this. Shalom, Sister Viala said, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High Yehovah bless you, family, and keep you safe. Total Rabbah.
May the Most High be praised.
I think you replied to this. Baruch Elohim, Shabbat Shalom at Prince Kes. Okay, going down to the laws. I'm sorry, it's going to take a minute to scroll. It's a lot of commentary here. Babe, remind me to go back to this when we start your lesson, because that's part of your lesson question or comment.
That's part of my lesson comment? Okay.
Yeah, goes along.
Yeah, okay.
All right, yeah, give me a moment. I'm just scrolling to get to the laws. Oh, it's a lot of comments today.
All right. Well, if you can't find them, that's fine. You don't see no more laws?
There are. I've seen them. I'm just trying to get to them. It's a lot of comments today.
Hey, listen, family, if she didn't post your law, can you go back up and copy it and paste it all over again, please, so she can get to it, so she can repost your law?
No, I think I got, okay, I see Ames.
Did you do Ames already?
No, I see Autumn's.
Could you post Ames, please?
Oh, well, I was trying to go in order, but okay. I passed already.
Sister Laurel, Shabbat Shalom. All right. So while she's doing this, family, if you post your law already, can you just copy and repaste your law in the commandments, please, so we can do it again?
All right. So in Sister Laurel or Zaquina Kenya's law can be found in the book of Devarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 3, verses 21 through 22. And it reads, "And I commanded Yehoshua or Joshua at that time, saying, Thine eyes have seen all that the Creator, your power, have done unto these two kings. So shall the Lord do unto all the kingdoms whither thou possess or passest. You shall not fear them, for the Most High your power, he shall fight for you." And then her explanation reads, "No need to be afraid. The Most High is trustworthy, faithful to the faithful, and will definitely fight our enemies' battles. We trust the Most High completely."
And the Most High be praised.
All right. And then my sister wife, Autumn, her law can be found in the book of Exodus, Shemot, chapter 3, verse 5. And it reads, "And he said, Draw not nigh hither, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground." And so, I'm sorry. It's confusing. Okay. Her explanation is, "This is a command that the Most High gave directly to Moshe because he was drawing closer to the burning bush to see the Most High. Even though this wasn't a command to the whole people, it makes me think that the Most High wants us to keep this practice." Do we see this practice in other places in Scripture? I'm sure we do, but I can't think of one at the moment.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
All right.
Wait a minute. When we enter into the temple, we take our shoes off.
Mhm.
When we enter into, a lot of people do it in their homes, but when we enter the temple, we take our shoes off and leave our shoes at the door. And we have slippers for inside the temple, or we'll walk barefoot or with our socks on. So we do practice that in the house of worship.
Mhm. I think she was saying other places in Scripture to identify.
Oh, yeah, okay. Other places in Scripture, I'm not sure about.
Okay. All right. Anketer, her law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 19, verse 17. And it reads, "Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt not in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him. In her explanation, it reads, we should deal with issues we have with our brethren quickly so that we do not build up hatred in our hearts, which can lead us to sin, not only against them, but against our own souls.
Hold up, don't go nowhere yet.
Okay.
Leviticus 19 is what I call the love chapter. And this commandment right here truly demonstrates the beginning stages of love from one brother to another brother. And that means that if I do something to offend you, or if I do something that's a little confusing to you and you might be offended in some type of way, or not so sure whether you should be offended or not, the very first thing is that you should bring it up to my attention and not harbor those feelings of confusion or disappointment or hatred in your heart and walk around with an attitude, because the longer you do that, the more time the negative energy has to build up within you, which will cause a separation between the two of us when possibly we could have been building together, because it could be a misunderstanding. You'd be surprised of how many brothers and sisters in this life are now not speaking to each other because of a misunderstanding, because somebody harbored a negative energy in their heart for a period of time, rather than doing what Aim suggested, talking to the brother to get it out your system, get it over with. A lot of these problems that we have today, with you don't like him, he don't like you, you don't like her, and she don't like you, a lot of that stuff is the lack of communication. It's because we allow our minds to think, not really think, but think, harbor emotions that this person is this type of way, or this person meant this about me in a negative way. And in reality, the way that you think is just a reflection of who you are. You follow me? Nobody, and I want to take this opportunity to express this. Put that down for a minute, please. And I want to be clear on what it is that I'm about to say. Nobody controls your emotions but you. Nobody can control what happens with you but you. As I said last week, we have to be accountable for what we do. And for the most part, we're not. It's easy for us to blame somebody else for what we feel somebody has done to us, or the problems that we have in life. It's easy for us to point the finger and blame it on someone else. It's not that difficult. It's not that, let me say, it's not that easy for the majority of us to realize that everything that happens to us in life happens as a result of something that we did or did not do. Therefore, we are the ones who are responsible for what takes place in our lives. If your wife cheats on you, you get home, you mad, you want to get a divorce. Obviously, bro, she cheated because of something you did. Think about it for a second. Now let's look at this. Well, Prince, I don't agree with that. I didn't make her go out and cheat. No, but you took her as a wife. And when you saw little signs and red flags in your relationship, you did nothing about it. So then she went out and cheated. You should have left, or you should have dealt with those signs before she went to the point of cheating. So therefore, she cheated on you. What you do about it is a direct effect of how you view what happened. You can blame her all you want, but you can't blame yourself. You can't blame her. Ultimately, you have to blame yourself for everything that happens in your life. And once you begin to hold yourself accountable for even the things that you don't even see how you did it, once you begin to hold yourself accountable, you will become more cognizant of how to move through life. You'll be more aware and more disciplined of things that take place in life. Okay, what I mean by, well, I have to avoid putting the knife on the counter because my son, he likes to throw things on the counter and drag it down like a rag. Therefore, if I leave a knife on the counter, he throws a rag up there and drag it, and a knife sticks him in his chest, stick him in his head, or stick him anywhere in his body. I can't blame him for it. I can only blame myself for putting the knife there. Same thing I'm saying about the woman who might have committed adultery on you. Everything you do in life, every effect you have in life, you have to find out Who is the result? Who is the reason? Who is the cause? And it's always you. Always you. Because you made the decision to do the things that brought you the results that you receive in this lifetime. Once we begin to free up the guilt of throwing the blame on somebody else and accepting the responsibility for everything that we do, everything that comes in our lives, then we are truly enlightened. We are truly growing. We are truly maturing. I know right now that everybody's not agreeing with what I'm saying, but that's all right. That's all right. But we have to begin to hold ourselves accountable for everything that happens in our lives, because everything happens as a result, a direct result of something that we did or did not do to prevent it from happening. You want to sell drugs, and then one day you get popped selling drugs because somebody snitched on you. You want to blame the snitch for you being in jail. No, you got to think about it. It's something that you did. It's something that you did to be in jail. You sold the drugs. You made the bad choice to trust that person. You chose the choice to live the life that you're living. So everything that we do is a direct result of something that we did or did not do in our own lives. We have to stop blaming others for what takes place in our lives to us. And we have to blame ourselves. But I'm sorry. Forgive me for interrupting. May I be praised.
All is well. Sorry, I was trying to see if there's any more law. I do see that. Who is this? Francis, you did put up something, but we don't read from that book. If you want to choose any law in the book from Genesis to Numbers, Leviticus, Exodus, or Deuteronomy, you may do so, and I can read any of those for you. Sorry, y'all. I'm just trying to make sure. Okay. Sister Esther, her law can be found in the book of Exodus, Shemot, chapter 1, verse 13. And it says, and the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor. And the explanation is, choose some wise, understanding, and respected men from each of your tribes, and I will set them over you.
Sister Esther, I need you to explain that to us.
Yeah, because I think that's...
Maybe she put the wrong location for the commandment.
Yeah, I'm looking now.
She cut and pasted the wrong commandment. That's all right.
The Most High is still doing this, choosing and delegating men in certain positions for such a time as this. And it's a continual prayer. Our sons, young men, and so on are continually learning wisdom from outside. Wisdom from outside.
She says it's Deuteronomy 1 and 13.
Okay, I'll go back and read it. From outside sources and practical life. But the fundamental wisdom is from Yah. His reverence is the start. We have to point our lifestyle towards wisdom and knowledge.
And Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
All right, I'll go read that. Deuteronomy 1 and 13. And it reads, take you wise men and understanding and known among your tribes, and I will make them rulers over you. Okay. Okay.
Talk to me.
I was just, they were commenting on what you said about the
Do you wish to post some of them?
about what you said about the adulterous wife. And I was just seeing if you want to reply before I move on.
He says, Benjamin says, she cheated because of something you did. That's what I said. Yes, I used to think this way, but adultery comes from within, not without. See, this is the point that I'm mentioning to you, bro. Let me approach that for a second. If your wife cheated on you, right? There were 9 times out of 9 times, there were flags to let you know that this is the type of woman that you got. So when you realize that you had this type of woman, you didn't get rid of her, you can't blame her for doing what's in her nature to do. Once you realize that this woman is untrustworthy, and because most people ignore the red flags. What I'm saying is don't ignore any red flag about anything in life. Once you realize that this woman was this type of woman who brought these and you kept her, and then she went out and cheated, you can't blame her for cheating because she did what she was meant to do or was naturally in her to do. Mm-hmm. So it's your fault that she cheated on you. Had you gotten rid of her and divorced her, she wouldn't have cheated on you. You understand what I'm saying now? I'm not saying you made her cheat. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you made that person run the light and smash your car. What I'm saying is when you was in the place where they hit your car, had you not have been in that place, you wouldn't have got hit. So you could have made a different decision 5 minutes ago and went in a different direction, and the chances of you getting hit in that place right there wouldn't have happened. Same thing with this woman. If she's cheating on you, you should have divorced her when you first got the first sign of that woman cheating on you or being an unfaithful wife. You should have got rid of her then, but you didn't because she's real pretty. Her father pays the bills or whatever it might be. You didn't get rid of her even though you felt that she was cheating on you. So it's really your fault that she followed through to cheat on you. You could have just left her alone. You know, it's always opportunities. We have to find some reason to understand why everything in our lives happens as a result of what we do. Well, hold up, Iman, please let me address the brother for a second, please. He says, okay, I see your explanation. I'm still not sure men will be able to foresee signs their wife will have sex with another man. Oh, absolutely you can. What happens, bro, is that most of us are able to see these things. Most of us are able, but we're in denial because we don't think it's going to happen. We don't think this is real. We think we got a good wife. We think that the woman is the best thing on the planet Earth since pork chops and applesauce. So therefore we close our eyes. We dumb it down, our conscious thinking. We dumb it down. First thing you want to do, bro, is one of the first ways to tell is to just have a serious heart-to-heart conversation with your wife. How are we getting along in this marriage? Are we cool? You satisfied? I mean, you got to look for signs. If she's hanging out with the girls, she reading the little girly magazines, they have girls' night outs, all those type of things. These are all signs that this woman is promiscuous and she will end up cheating on you. But a lot of times as men, as males, a lot of males don't pay attention to these things. She want to go stay over her mom's house for the weekend. Why? You and your mom ain't got that kind of relationship. Why are you staying at your mom's house for the weekend? You have to be careful of how you deal with people. And your mind has to be open to the realities of life at all times, no matter how you feel about her. That's why I always teach that a man should never be in love with a woman. A man should never fall in love with his woman. Never. No matter how many you got, never fall in love, because love will blind you. Love will make you be that kind of guy that will sit back and say, oh, I found some man's underwear in the trunk of my car, but my wife don't do that. She wouldn't do that. That's what love would do to you. Right? So you never know, bro. If she will cheat, she will also lie and deceive. I'm not certain they will always tell. Lie and deceiving are telltale signs right there. But your scenario provided could be indicators of concerns. You're absolutely right. If she's a liar and a deceiver, those are indicators that she's not a trustworthy woman. Leave her. Leave her alone. Get away from her. If not, then you get what you deserve. You get what you deserve. Now that I agree with, love is definitely misunderstood and falling in love is some BS. Okay. All right. Her father pays the bills, got a little further praise. Yeah, that was meant that way. That's right. Because a lot of guys are like that. But you got to watch the telltale signs. Being a liar is one of them. Mischievous is, if you can't trust her, in one thing, you probably can't trust her in the other areas either. You got to be careful because they will cheat. And the thing about a woman is a woman will cheat once a year. She'll have a relationship on the side, a whole completely different relationship, and she'll cheat one time a year. But there are other indicators through your relationship that you can see that will let you know that this woman is deceitful. She's not worthy. But we can have that conversation another day. Maybe I'll make a whole lesson for that. May the Most High be praised, everlasting to everlasting. But the true part of this was us being responsible for everything, being accountable for everything that happens in our lives. Ultimately, we are, especially as a man, we are responsible for everything that happens with us. If your homie betrayed you, you mean to tell me that just came out of nowhere? No, it didn't happen. It didn't come out of nowhere. You just ignored the signs. Go ahead. I'm done. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Finishing up the laws. I read my law. My law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 19, verse 18. Give it to be my sister Higdalia earlier. Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Most High. So, the Most High definitely gave us a law letting us know we shall not avenge. We know that vengeance belongs to him. He tells us this. He's told us this. And that he says that we shall not bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And I just kind of wanted to say like the grudge part, because a lot of people feel like if you have a disagreement with someone or you all no longer are cool enough where, you hang out, but you could see each other and say shalom. I feel like that's where the not holding a grudge is. But people like to place the not holding a grudge as meaning like if you don't no longer want to hang with them in that degree and connect with them, that you're still holding a grudge onto whatever happened. And for, just my own opinion and my understanding is it's not holding a grudge. It's just taking a stance on how much where you want to be in that relationship with that person. And you have a right, if someone has done something to you in any manner that you feel, hey, I do not want to associate with them anymore, to not have to. And that does not mean you're holding a grudge. It just means that you have grown in who you are and how in your decision making of your relationship with others. And I think that's the biggest thing. We equate holding a grudge to maintain a friendship that could be harmful to you, that could be mentally, spiritually, emotionally challenging, all these things physically. And instead of really going deeper and understanding what that means of holding a grudge. And because it also says, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And sometimes in not having that same relationship with somebody is loving them, because you know what it takes to love yourself and to love somebody who has done something to you, and to still be able to see them and say shalom or even hold a conversation, but you don't have to go into the same relationship with them. So, Zeku, that's all I have to say.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Look at Ima Hava read. Look how she pop up on the scene. And then afterwards, she going to say Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Ima. And tell Abba we said Shabbat Shalom as well. She says, I disagree with not loving your spouse or spouses. Love is the Most High. Okay. All right. Let me explain this to you and to the rest of the family. It's okay to love your wife, because loving your wife and being in love with your wife are two different things. You can love your children, you can love your wife, you can love everybody. When a woman is in love with her children, she allows her children to walk over her, to do all types of things because she's so in love with her child. Oh, I just can't see myself putting my child out of my house. It's because you're in love with your child. But scriptures teaches that if a child is unruly and a sluggard and lazy and don't do what he's supposed to do, he's supposed to get put to death, for real, for real. Supposed to take him to the elders, and the elders supposed to put him to death. That's the law. But when you in love with your child, like Eli was in love with his children, the priest, Eli, he was in love with his sons. And being in love with his sons, he allowed his sons to do anything and everything. And he might say something to him, but he still let them do it. And he swept it under the rug like it was no big deal because they're his children. There's a lot of people that are in love with their children where they don't discipline their children like they're supposed to. Same thing with a man. When a man falls in love with a woman, that woman can do anything and that man won't discipline her. He might say something, they might argue, they might even get into a fisticuff. Some of them might even get into a fisticuff, but they won't separate. He won't put her away. He won't divorce her. He's still with her because he's in love with her. He lets her get away and do whatever she wants to do. Never a good thing for a man to be in love with a woman, because when a man is in love with a woman, then he can't separate if he needed to. He can't properly rule her. He can't properly control and condition and contain her. He can't even properly provide for her. He can't do nothing for a woman when he's in love with that woman, because in reality, she's the man in the relationship. And I know that a lot of you may disagree with that. You can't see that. Your mind might not allow you to see that. All I ask you to do is meditate and study and pray on it for a little while to see if that understanding is befitting. You might be able to see it with a woman and her son or her child, but you can't see it with a man and his wife. And it's a reality. No man should ever be in love with his wife, ever. And if he is, then that gives her opportunity to do a whole, not that she's a bad woman, because she doesn't have to be a bad woman. She could be a good woman. So we're going to leave it at that. And we know that a lot of people disagree. That's all right. You don't have to agree with everything that I teach. But one thing I want to say is this. As a woman, you're going to want your man to be in love with you, because it's your nature to want somebody to be in love with you. Why? So you can do what you want. So you can have that freedom of knowing somebody cares on that level. But for him to care on that level, where he could disregard the laws of the Most High to give you what you want, is a problem. That's a problem. Because you can't be in love with nothing that level, and then when the law comes in play, you push the law behind your back to give that person or that individual whatever they desires against the law. The only time that a man will do that is if he's in love with that person. That's it. Now, you can love your wife. Ain't nothing wrong with loving your wife. Yeah, I love you, baby. I love you, baby. Oh, baby, I love you. Yeah, I don't tell my women that. I don't get into that. I show them through my actions how I feel about them. That's what I do. I prove it. I don't just talk it. If I love you, you will know just because of how I treat you and what I do for you and how we conversate and how life goes. You will know. But if I don't love you, I don't think there's too many people that I don't love. So I'm going to leave that alone. But you would know because of my actions, not because of my words. You won't hear that from me. And I try not to tell that to nobody, ever. except my little children, because they might need it for their development while they're growing. But as an adult, you don't need that. You don't need to be lied to. You need to hear the truth, but not hear the truth, but you need to experience and see the love in your life. That's how you need to be. And that's what you need to see. Well, to everybody, love is different. Love is different to everybody. So it's depending on the individual that you're dealing with, you'll understand what love is based on that individual. Have your conversation with the person that you are engaged with, your husband, your wife, your children, whoever it is. Have that conversation with them and see what their understanding of love is. Because to some people, their understanding of love is serving them, doing everything they want you to do, being obedient to them blindly. That's how some people love is. And then the strange thing is some women, they don't think you love them if you don't smack them upside their head. I know y'all hear that and y'all laugh and say, Prince, that ain't true. Yeah, it's true. Some women demand attention and they call it love by getting smacked or beat up by their husband or their boyfriend or whatever they call it. And if you don't beat them up or you don't smack them, you don't put them in any places because you don't love them. That's what a lot of them believe. That's not my version of love, but a lot of people, that's their version of love. All right. So let's move on. So, Ima Havared, thank you for the honesty. I appreciate that. I really do. We need that from everyone. But love, and one more thing before I leave. Most of us on this planet don't even know what love is. We don't even know what love is for real. You know? We have been so conditioned by the oppressors who have us oppressed, they give us their illusion of love and make us think that that's what love is. And a lot of us on our female sides, they have learned what love is through girly magazines and books and television shows and radio shows. And that's what they understand love to be. And none of those things are love. None of them. And if you don't treat a woman a certain way, like she see the man treating a woman on a television show, then that means you don't love her. Let me share something with you, family. If you watch most 99% of all television shows today, the roles have been switched. The woman has the role of the man and the man has the role of the woman. What I mean by that, she still has on a skirt, long, pretty hair and boobs and all that stuff. She's still classified as a mother, but in the home, the authority lies on the woman and the authority doesn't lie on the man's hands. And that's what you'll see in televisions, in books, and radios, because they promote that in the world so that they can reverse the roles, so that the men can become feminized and the women become masculized. They're trying to do that, but a lot of us don't see that. So what they teach you about what love is, serenading and roses and going on all these expensive vacation trips and just pondering to this woman, that's what they make you think love is. And you accept that and you embrace that. And now if a man don't treat you this way, you think he doesn't love you. I've seen a video where a man was paying all the bills. He was paying all the bills, taking care of his house and providing for his family. He was a good man in my eyes. And his wife said, he ain't a good man. She left him because he wasn't enough. I couldn't believe it. He wasn't enough. She was a stay-at-home wife. And he provided all the bills and did all the things, everything. He came home, he was with his children, and she said it wasn't enough. So to her, love is something different. But I'm sure she got her understanding of what love is from her upkeep in her life, her bringing it up, and the thing that she involved her mind and her eyes to visualize through her life. Television, radios, books, magazines, and probably conversation from other people who are affected by those same things. So their version of love has been twisted. What is the Most High's version of love? Because the Most High says he loves us. And we spit in his face, cut him out. We did all kinds of things to the Most High. He beat us. He corrected us. He did everything that he did to us out of love. He punished us. We've been in captivity for how many years now? Almost 500 years, because he loves us. All right. I don't understand the question. All right. That's right. And I totally agree with this one. These conversations need to be had in the beginning stages before you get married. All right. May the Most High be praised. That's right. Love the Most High and keep his commandments. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So, were there any more commandments that we needed to cover? Or did we cover them all?
No, there was one more from Aim Sakari. I'm
All
going.
right. Go ahead, Iman.
All right. Aim Sakari's law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 20, verse 7. And it says, sanctify yourselves, therefore be ye holy, for I am the Most High. And she said, the Most High, for your Most High, will study and trust the ways of the Most High's guidance in all ways. That's it.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Sanctify yourselves.
And be ye holy.
Is that what she said? And be ye holy?
I'm going back to it.
Sanctify yourselves, therefore be ye holy, for I am the Most High. I am Yohe-Wahe, your Most High. I will study and trust ways of the Most High's guidance in all ways. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. See, I want y'all to know something. It's different when you hear a male teach than when you hear a man teach. A male will say things to pacify you. A man ain't gonna do that, because a man ain't gonna lie to you. A man just gonna tell you the truth whether you like it or not. It might be a way he can deliver it a little bit softer, but a man gonna tell you the truth whether you like it or not. But a male ain't gonna do that. A male will know the truth. He'll know that you're gonna get upset about it, and he won't say the truth. He'll avoid putting the truth out there on record because he's worried about your feelings. He's worried about your emotions. He's worried about what you're going to say and how you're going to respond. But a man don't care. A man going to give it to you the way it's supposed to be given. But another difference between a man and a male is that a man won't lie to you. A male will. A male will lie to you because he's afraid of you. But a man won't fear you. Men don't even fear the results of telling you the truth. If you feel like you're going to leave him afterwards, then so be it. Leave. That's the difference between men and males. So, sisters, if you're in relationships with guys and he's a liar, you don't need to be with him because he's not a man. He's a male. Men keep their word. If men say this is what it's going to be when we get in this marriage, it's going to be like this. You ain't never got to work nowhere if you don't want to. You ain't got to do this. You ain't got to do that. And then the moment you get in that relationship with them, they stop paying all the bills. They stop impressing you. They stop doing what they were supposed to do. It's because they're not a man. They're males. Men keep their word. Men honor their word. Men do what they say they're going to do, even if it hurts them. That's what men do. But males, they're the ones who lie. Male, the ones who cheat. And you might not see that, but a male will cheat. A man will tell you, I'm going to get another wife. But a man will tell you, I'm going to get another wife. But a male would just be sneaking around, sleeping with women, and he might even marry another woman, but he won't tell you because he's afraid of how you're going to respond. It's not good to be involved with a male on almost no level at all. And once you find out that you got a male and not a man, you need to go to your leadership and see if you can get out of that situation, because it's not good. Good way to put it, bro. That's right, bro. Absolutely. There you go. That's the difference between a man and a male. A lot of males profess to be men. You know, they put on that strong hold and that strong suit as if they're men, but they're not. It's a difference. Big difference. Any more, Ima? Were there any others? No? No more? Is it my turn? All right, family, the moment you've been waiting for. The moment you've been waiting for. Let's go. Y'all ready? All right. So now, some weeks ago, we had some lessons. Nobody, Ima. Okay. Some weeks ago, we had some lessons. And, you know, Prince, he always teaches controversial things. Y'all know that. Some of the things he teaches on, the standards and his principles, everybody don't always agree with, but it's okay. So I found somebody that agreed with my teachings, and he agreed with my teachings. And I just want you all to hear it. I think he did a good job explaining himself. Okay? So let's see if we can hear. Can y'all hear this, brother?
Said in my last video for what my dad taught me and what I learned from Sonny in a movie called The Bronx Tale. And there was a lot of people in my comments giving me pushback. A lot of people said, oh, everybody can't be an owner. And if everybody owns, then who's going to work? Stop bashing the working man. But let me clear this up. I never bashed the working man, and I never said that working is bad. See, what I said was working with no plan for ownership is dangerous. Relying on one stream of income that's directly tied to your time, no strategy or plan for ownership, that's the sucker move. And if you watch the movie A Bronx Tale, Sonny wasn't disrespecting the working man. He was warning him. Because when your hands stop working and your money stops too, you're vulnerable. And that's exactly where they want you to be. Wherever they can feed you, they always have permission to starve you. And they want you to depend on them. So I want you to hear me clearly. Yes, everybody can be an owner. And that does not mean everybody's going to run a business. Ownership just means your money works for you even when you don't. You can be an owner by investing in a limited partnership for a real estate deal. You can invest into a private equity fund. You can own stocks, crypto. You can own pieces of businesses that you do not manage. So you don't need a logo. You don't need employees. You just need exposure to upside. And that's what they don't want you to know. They want you to stay stuck, relying upon them to build their family's legacy. So let me say this part very, very slow. The problem isn't working. The problem is working with no plan for ownership. You can work and own. You can earn a paycheck and build equity. You can be a W-2 and an investor. That's the game. And I know exactly what it is because I've been there. So my mission isn't to shame workers. My mission is to make sure workers are on track because I know what it was like to build for somebody else and have nothing of my own to pass down. So here's the truth. A job, yes, it can pay your bills, but ownership is the only way to build freedom. And when you rely on only one stream of income with one employer, one skill set, one lane, you are not secure. You are exposed. So yes, everybody can be workers, but everybody should also own. The working man is a sucker.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah, good point of view there, young brother. Good point of view. May the Most High be praised. He gave some good advice. Y'all agree? I thought he gave some good advice. I thought the advice that he gave was on point. I thought the advice that he gave was exactly what I teach when I teach that you shouldn't have a job. You know, I mean, you shouldn't be working for somebody else. You should have a job, but that job that you have should be a source of something from you, your company, your building, or your family, directly affecting your family, you know, as a result of you working. That as long as you punch in somebody's clock, that's a problem. And you shouldn't be punching anybody's clock. These are the realities of the lessons that I teach. But, you know, I'm not always understood by a lot of the people through my lessons, but that's okay, as long as you get the point. Now, I have one more that I wanted to share, and I thought I noted that as well. And this one is another very important one. My wife sent me these messages, and I was really happy that she sent these two messages to me, and I was very thankful that she sent these messages to me. But I got one more that I want to share that she sent me that I thought was a very, very good one that I wanted to share with the family. So let me share my screen once more and get this message up, and then we can get started. We might talk about it a little bit, but then we can get started with our lesson. Are y'all ready? All right. Can y'all hear? Here we go.
God, you're also favored by the devil. He's coming for you too. So you just gotta be strong and stay on the right side. Whose side you gonna go on? He's gonna give you power too. He's gonna get in your head too, but it's whose side you gonna stay with. You stay with who brought you here. You go home with the guy that brought you to the dance. You know? You have to be disciplined. Disciplined is doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it. Just remember, God loves you, so does he. He's after you too. It's a war. You gotta really believe that. If you don't believe it, you'll find out. You need faith, because you're not smarter than Satan, brother. I know you may think you're smarter than Satan. You need faith. You need faith, brother. He's good. He knows your weakness. He knows you before you was existing. You can't talk slick to him.
Yeah, but how
He
do
gives you all your thoughts probably sometimes. When you're favored by God, you're also favored by the devil. He's coming for you too. So you just gotta be strong and stay on the right side. Whose side you gonna go on? He's gonna give you power too. He's gonna get in your head too, but it's whose side you gonna stay with. You stay with who brought you here. You go home with the guy that brought you to the dance. You know? You have to be disciplined. Disciplined is doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it. Just remember, God loves you,
He
so
said
does he.
something very important. He said, when you're favored, now he used the word God, you know, we don't move like that. But what he said is something that is so important. When you're favored by the Creator, which means that the Creator is blessing you, the adversarial energy sees that. The adversarial energy sees that, and he attacks that. Sometimes he attacks that in our desires, in the way we think, in our wants, you know, making us rise above what the needs of the people are and really focus on the needs of ourselves or the desires of ourselves, not necessarily our needs, but our desires. And it causes us to become unhelpful people to our culture, to our society, and to the Creator as far as what we're supposed to be doing with our lives. When the Most High puts you in position to be able to help somebody and you don't do that, and you don't want to do that, and you don't see the need to do that, it's only because the adversarial energy got into your spirit, into your subconscious mind, and caused you to avoid doing what the Most High has given you or your assignment to do. You got to pay close attention to that. I don't know if I ever heard Mike Tyson ever speak as wisely as I just did. Because when he just spoke, he spoke with wisdom. That means if you feel blessed by the Most High, know that the adversary is trying to get into your life, into your mind, into your thoughts, into your relationship, into your actions. He's constantly trying to get in. He might try to come in through your husband. He might try to come in through your children. You got to be careful because a lot of people give a lot of attention to their children that the children shouldn't get. You'll pacify situations to give your child what your child wants just because your child says that they want it. And for you to not upset them, you give them whatever it is that they say that they want. And that's not a good thing because a lot of times that will cause friction with your husband if your husband is on a different page and your husband is like, yo, he don't need that, she don't need that. And the first thing you say is, yeah, well, and then you sneak and do it. You have just become deceptive to your husband. But you did that because of the energy that you have for your son, that your son calls to be risen up because the adversary found a way to get through to you and cause you to be deceptive toward your husband. These lessons that we teach here are lessons in life to help better your life, to make you a better individual so the Most High can use you to elevate you a level of responsibility that so many don't have. So many don't have. And I know we talk that Hebrew stuff, but a lot of us don't live it. A lot of us don't live it. Okay. All right. I disagree with Tyson. Could you tell us why you disagree with Tyson? Me, you? Share with us and tell us why you disagree with Tyson. That when you're blessed by the Creator, know that the adversary is right there trying to tear you down. I mean, you're able to express your opinion, and we only ask that you do so. Share with us why you disagree with Tyson. And we're all entitled to our opinions here. So we get ready to get into some lessons, y'all. We get ready to talk about some stuff. And we're going to go deep on this. We're going to go deep. We're going to go deep. There's no holding back. Okay? No holding back. May the Most High be praised. Giving all honor and praise unto the Most High King of all creation, asking that he will guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised. From everlasting to everlasting, he is King. Where's my sister Anit? She going to be doing any reading for us today? Because we got a lot of reading to do. Sister Anit, you going to be doing any reading for us today? Because we got a lot of reading to do. All right. This is the scriptures we're going to read about today. We're going to start our reading in the book of Ezekiel. The book of Ezekiel. The book of Ezekiel is going to wake us up. You know, I read the book of Ezekiel plenty times through life, plenty times. But it wasn't until recent that I began to understand the book of Ezekiel in a different way. I can understand it now. It's deep. Very, very, very deep. Very intriguing. But before we begin, here's my request. That you will all share. And if you don't want to share, then at least like. But we had like 5 likes the last time I looked and saw, and we had 2,200 people. So because we got 2,200 people, we should have way more than 5 likes, unless you all don't like the lesson. That's correct. The adversary does come to test you. That's absolutely correct. It's like a gate that you have to pass. I would agree with that as well. But I also agree with Tyson. And this is why I agree with Tyson. When the Most High is not blessing you, usually He ain't blessing you because you're doing a whole bunch of mess that you know you're not supposed to be doing. The adversary is happy with you. But when you step away from doing all that evil and negative things that you so easily can do out here in the world, and you begin to live a righteous, disciplined life, then the adversary has to come in and test you and to try to bring you off the path to show the Most High that you're not worthy. So He don't really pay any attention to you when you already living your life for Him. It's when you stop living your life for Him that He begins to focus more of His time and energy on you, and begin to try to tear your life down in a different way. All right. There will always be an energy of opposing, lingering close. This is the life of a man on this planet. Very wise wisdom. Very much. All right. So let's rock and roll, family. Ima, you with us? Ima? Your mic is muted.
Oh, yes, I'm here.
I just wanted to make sure I can hear your voice. All right. Sister Anit, you with us? Sister Anit, you with us? She ain't here. All right, so I guess I'm going to have to do all this reading myself. Well, that's cool, too, because I like to read, because I can express things differently when I read. May the Most High be praised. Hold on a second. It's so hot in here. So we're going to get rocking. We're going to rock and roll. Y'all ready? We're going to rock and roll. Let's go. All right, let's go. All right. Today's lesson is going to be taught to us in a different way. It's going to be a deep lesson, good lesson. We're going to rock and roll. Does the Bible teach us about UFOs? That's the title of today's lesson. But as you know, that's not the premise of everything that we have to focus on. We're going to start our readings today in the book of Ezekiel. Ezekiel, the first chapter, verse 1. And I promise you, you're going to hear about the book of Daniel today like you've never heard about the book of Daniel. Let's go. Now it came to pass in the 30th year, in the 4th month, in the first day of the month, as I was among the captives by the river of Shebar, that the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of Ha Elohim. Ezekiel happened to have been one of those young men that when Nebuchadnezzar went in and sacked Jerusalem or Judah, Ezekiel was one of those young men that came out captive with those other young men. So Daniel was at a young age at this particular time. He was a young man, very young. And if I'm understanding this correctly, this may have been the beginning of his prophetic life. Because it doesn't appear that he was accustomed to this type of behavior happening in his life. It appeared as if this may have been the beginnings of the Most High speaking with him. He says, in the 5th day of the month, which was the 5th year of King Jehoiakim's captivity. Remember when Jehoiakim went in and became a slave? To Nebuchadnezzar? He says, the word of the Most High came expressly unto Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of Chaldeans by the river Shabal, and the hand of the Most High was there upon him. You know, Prince always teaches that 90% of the prophets were all of the Levitical order. A lot of people might not know that, but look at it, look it up, research it. The majority of the prophets that we have throughout the book were all of the Levitical order. They were priests or just Levites. It says that the hand of the Most High was upon him. It says, and I looked, and I beheld, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding within itself. And a brightness was about it. And out of the midst thereof, the color of amber, and out of the midst of the fire. What is he describing right here? What is he talking about? Let's read it again. He says, and I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north. Everybody know what a whirlwind is, right? A tornado type situation, right? A whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud and a fire enfolding within itself, and a brightness was about it. And out of the midst thereof, a color of amber, out of the midst of the fire. Now, I want to show you something else before we move too fast. Somebody else had a whirlwind come around them. Let's go to the story of Elisha and Elijah. 2 Kings chapter 2, verse 9. It says, and it came to pass that when they were going over, that Elijah said unto Elisha, ask what I should do for thee before I be taken away from thee. Elijah knew that he was about to leave. And Elisha said, I pray thee, let a double portion of my spirit, of thy spirit, be upon me. And he said, thou hast asked a hard thing. Nevertheless, if thou see me when I am taken from thee, I shall be so, it shall be so unto thee, but if not, it shall not be so. So I ask you all this question. What happened to Elijah? Eliyahu, what happened to him? Did he go to be with the Creator? Or did he just depart and die? And what took place? As we know, Eliyahu never died. Eliyahu was taken. But who took him? He knew he was going somewhere. How did he know? He knew he was about to take a travel. And he said to Elisha, if you see me going, then you will have your desire. And it shall be so. And as it came to pass, as they two went on and talked, that behold, there appeared a chariot of fire. Whoa! A chariot of fire and horses of fire. What are they describing here? And parted them both asunder. It separated the two of them. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. Wow. This, you know, sometimes we read things, but we really don't read for what's truly being expressed. Because Ezekiel says, as I looked and beheld, a whirlwind came out of the north. Was it the same whirlwind that took Prophet Elijah up to the heavens to be with the Most High? Who knows? But what I will tell you is is going to have a conversation. A lot of things are going to take place, and somebody's going to speak out of the whirlwind like never before. Let's see. That whirlwind, was that a doorway to heaven? Was it a spaceship, a teleport? What was it? The only way that our forefathers could explain it was that it was a whirlwind, which means that there was a wisping in the air, swirling around. But when we look in 2 Kings, 2nd chapter, verse 11, it says that there was chariots. Chariots are things that you ride on, but these chariots was of fire. Did Ezekiel experience any fire? These chariots was a fire, and these chariots that was fire had horses that was propelling it, that was a fire as well. See, these are things we really need to think about. Get out of the mind state that they gave you, thinking one thing about how life really is and how the Creator is supposed to be and how you're supposed to worship Him. Get your mind free of those type of prisons, and let's just be free with our worship toward the Creator, so that possibly we can learn something. Because that's the only way that Ezekiel is going to be able to understand what's taking place in his life right now. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself. That meant that the fire was going around, and fire was within the fire, while another fire outside of that was holding it. All of this was standing still in the heavens, or moving toward him in the heavens. And a brightness was about it all. So outside of that, there was a brightness, a shining, a real great light. Do you remember any other time when there was a real great light in the earth that mankind got to witness? I'll tell you one time. Moshe. A lot of people don't know this, but Moshe, when he went in the presence of the Creator, when he came out of that presence, his face glowed. His face was so bright that he had to wear a veil over his face because the light was illuminating off of his face. See, these scriptures is telling us a whole lot of things that we don't hear because the world ain't teaching it to us. Let's be real with this now. Too many times the color of amber is present. Do you remember when the children of Israel said that they went out and they saw the Most High? And it was a color of amber, and this one who sat on the throne of brass, it was like if it was a sea underneath of his feet. You remember that story? What were they describing? They was trying to elaborate to you something that they understood in the term or the terminology of the words of their language at that particular time. He says, a brightness was about it, and out of the mist thereof, as the color of amber, and out of the mist of the fire. Also, out of the mist thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. Before I even get to the 4 living creatures, I want to read this first part again. And I want to explain something to you, and I want you to just think about it for a second. He says, I looked, and I beheld a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding within itself. And a brightness was all about it. And out of the mist thereof, a color of amber, and out of the mist of the fire. When you read this, family, what it brings to my mind is cooperation. What are you talking about, Prince? What it brings to my mind is organization. What it brings to my mind is proper structure. In order for all these things to be working together, there had to be a rule or a law in place to allow it to take place. Think about it for a second. There's a brightness, bang, a big light. Well, what is the light coming from? The light was also being wrapped with fire. The fire was contained within the light, as the fire swirled around another form of fire. Everything had its order. Everything had its discipline. Everything had its nature. And everything was being contained all at the same time. Remember when he started off, he said it was a whirlwind. But now when he's describing all this stuff, if there's a fire, the whirlwind will blow the fire out. But think about it. It's being contained. Everything is working together simultaneously. All of these things are disciplined and under control, and everything is moving to its prospective purpose. And I don't know if you see that. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. So he saw all that. And then out of that came the likeness of 4 living creatures. And this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man. And everyone had 4 faces. And everyone had 4 wings. And their feet were straight feet. And the soles of their feet was like the soles of a calf's foot. And they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. What is that burnished brass? Whatever they were black. They were black. Have you noticed that all throughout scriptures, whenever they're mentioned the color of an angel or any celestial being, it's always dealing with the color of burnt brass? When it described as Gabriel, it was the same fashion. Polished brass, burnt brass, because the angelic beings, the heavenly hosts, are all black. Notice I didn't say UFOs. Notice I didn't say extraterrestrials. What I did say was the heavenly host. Think about it for a minute, family. When the Most High wants to reveal something to us, he gives it to us in a manner that we could understand and accept, so that he doesn't spook us, to scare us, so we run off. When angels came in times before, angels would always come down in a manner that we could accept. Like they would just appear, or they would be in the form of people, and we would just commune and relate and conversate with them. It's not so at this time right here, because the Creator's given us a glimpse. He's given us some insight as to what takes place in a parallel universe that exists simultaneously with us in this universe. Everything works off of a vibrational frequency, everything in existence. And if you can cause yourself to vibrate fast enough, strong enough, hard enough, you will transcend into a different level of consciousness where you will see things that doesn't exist in this vibrational level where we are today. Do you know that an opera singer, that glass that is still, that's moving, it vibrates, but it's vibrating on a different level than in the etheric lifestyle. So what happens is when that opera singer hits a certain note with the pitch, the vibration that she hits, because she or he is able to vibrate on that different frequency in their sound, they will crack that glass. Once you match that frequency of that glass, it will shatter the glass. Same thing with reality of life. Everything that we deal with in life, if we could find the frequency of this particular thing, we can destroy that thing or pass through that thing. If we're quick enough, we'll pass through it. If we slow down to its frequency, we can become one with it. If we're stronger or greater or find just where it is, we'll destroy it. That's what happens with glasses. When an opera singer vibrates and sings and hit that note, it shatters it. Whether you want to accept it or not, this government system that we have out here today has created weapons. Those weapons are dealing with frequency. Those frequencies are the future of how they're fighting warfares. Why do you think they're getting their 5G, 6G, 7G, and 10G all established throughout the earth? What do you think they're doing, digging those grounds up, putting those cables underneath of the ground, building all those towers? They're setting up frequency waves to affect your body, who works off of electricity, is vibrating constantly to cause you to be dumbed down so they can do what they want to do and have their way with you. A lot of you ain't paying attention to me, or you count me off as if I don't know what I'm talking about. But I promise you, the Creator is preparing us for warfare, spiritual warfare. And so many of us are asleep that when the war happens, I mean fully waged war, when it happens, you're going to be amazed that somebody like Prince could have been telling you or preparing you for this 4 or 5 years ago. But because you ignored it, you wasn't prepared. Let's read on. And if you got some questions, you ask them. But I'm telling you, they're preparing for you in a way that you don't even understand. Order and structure is needed in our nation. Discipline is all needed within our nation, but we don't have it. So therefore, we're going to perish unless we bring that structure, unless we bring that order, unless we get disciplined. We are all going to perish. The only ones that will survive are the ones who are prepared for what's taking place. And while we sitting around like that brother, whoever he was, Francis Streamblay, want to argue about things that are not real, want to dispute things that doesn't matter. Meanwhile, we're here trying to prepare you for your future because we know what the future holds. He want to talk about what he said existed 2,000 years ago that's irrelevant to this life. He's going to be held out, and he's going to miss out on so much. He's going to miss out on so much. The reality of life is tomorrow, but it's happening right now, today. Little things about what we're getting into today in these lessons. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and they had 4 faces, and every one had 4 wings. And their feet were straight feet, and the soles of their feet was like the sole of a calf, or calf's foot, and they sparkled with the color of burnished brass. And they had the hands of a man under their wings on their 4 sides, and they 4 had faces, their faces and their wings. Their wings were joined one to another. They turned not when they went every one straight forward. They turned not, they didn't need to turn because they had a face on every side of their bodies. And each one of those faces are meant to represent a different level of existence. Let's read on. And they had the hands of a man under their wings. Their wings was joined together. And as the likeness of their faces, they 4 had the face of a man and the face of a lion. And on the right side, and their 4 had the face of an ox on their left side. They 4 had the face of an eagle. Now, these things that they had are all things that exist in our form of creation that dominates their species. Let's read it again. They had the faces, they 4 had the faces of a man. Men dominate everything. And that's why I mentioned first. Then they had the face of a lion, dominates the kingdom of the lion or the animal, the cat species. They had the 4 the face of an ox. The ox dominate the behemoth species. The ox is the strongest of all the behemoth that there is. Supposedly, the ox is the strongest. Mankind uses the ox to do many of things in their workings. And the last one is the face of the eagle, who dominates those things that fly. Eagle is one of the most intelligent birds that we have, other than the crow. But the eagles are up there. And the crow is a very intelligent bird, but he's nowhere near as a predator as the eagle. They're scavenger. Crows are scavengers, but eagle is what feeds the scavengers. I read a story the other day about a falcon who goes up 200 feet in the sky. His eyes is so sharp, he'll see a mouse on the ground from 200 feet in the air. What man is made like that? None. We got a lot of telescopes that can't see that good. He will get into a pitch and drop from 200 feet in the air 200 miles an hour to hit his target, to knock his target completely unconscious, circle back around, pick his target up, and take it and eat it. The bird species is phenomenal in the science that the Creator used to make them. So there was a reason why they had the face of an eagle, because they're some powerful creatures. And they went, everyone straight forward. Whether the spirit was to go, they went. Now that's the part right there that we need to pay attention to. Eagles kill their prey. Eagles are not scavengers in the sense that they rely off of what other people, other animals kill for them. Eagles will kill their prey. An eagle, if you ain't careful, will come down and take your child and pick them up and eat your child. So eagles are not scavengers in the sense that all they eat is dead prey. Eagles will kill their prey. They're predators. And that's what I'm mentioning here. But thank you for the correction, my brother. And the living creatures, let me see where we at now. Where we at? And everyone went straight forward with the spirit was to go. They went, and they turned not when they went. And for the likeness of the living creatures, their appearance was like burning coals of fire. Their appearance was like burning coals of fire. And like the appearance of lamps, it went up and down among the living creatures. And the fire was bright, and out of the fire went forth lightning. And the living creatures ran and returned as the appearance of a flash of lightning. That's how quick they moved, as a flash of lightning. Now, as I beheld creatures, behold, one wheel upon the earth by the living creatures with his four faces, the appearance of the wheels and their works was like that unto the color of beryl. And they four had one likeness, and their appearance and the works was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. When they went upon their four sides, and they turned not when they went. Now, ask yourself a question. Why is all this taking place? What is the purpose of these creatures, I'm going to say at this particular time, revealing themselves to Ezekiel at this time? What is the purpose? Why are they doing all these things? And you're going to get the understanding a little bit later. Now, as I beheld the living creatures, behold, one wheel upon the earth by the living creatures with his four faces. The appearance of the wheel and their work was like unto the color of a beryl, and they four had one likeness, and their appearance and their work was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. When they went upon their four sides, and they turned not when they went. As for their rings, they were so high, and they were dreadful, and their rings were full of eyes round about them four. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went by them. And when the living creatures were lifted from upon the earth, the wheels were lifted up. Wheresoever the Spirit was to go, they went thither, was their spirit to go. And the wheels were lifted up over against them for the Spirit to go. For the spirit of the living creatures were in the wheels. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of the trembling or terrible crystal stretched forth over their heads above. And under the firmaments were their wings straight, the one toward the other. Every one had two, which covered the sides, and every one had two, which covered that side, their bodies. And they went. I heard the noise of their wings, like the noise of great waters, as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of a host. When they stood, they let down their wings. And their voice from the firmament that was over their heads, and there was a voice from the firmament that was over their heads, and they stood and had let down their wings. And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness and the appearance of a man above it. Wow. He says, I saw as the color of amber, as the appearance of fire round about within it, from the appearance of his loins even upward, and from the appearance of his loins even downward. I saw as it were the appearance of fire, and it had brought round about. It had brightness round about, as the appearance of the bow that is in the cloud in the day of rain. So was the appearance of brightness round about. This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. And when I saw it, I fell upon my face and heard a voice of one that spake. You have to be in a certain spiritual condition to understand what's taking place. Ezekiel, being a young man, experienced something for the first time in his life. And that thing that he experienced confused him because he wasn't accustomed to it. He saw all these figures coming out, four beast creatures coming out, and each one of those creatures had a face. But if you notice, he never once said that he prostrated to those creatures. He never once said he gave reverence to those creatures. But when he saw that one on that throne that he labeled as the Almighty, he humbled himself on the ground and prostrated. A lot of us, we see representatives of the Most High and we get confused and think they're worthy of praise. And we give them praise that don't belong to them. Ezekiel didn't make that mistake. But a lot of us today, with all these deities that we have in the earth, we want to make them comparison or comparable to the Almighty and say that they are the Almighty. But Ezekiel didn't make that mistake. Now they came out with this fantastic, glorious, stupendous approach or entrance. And with all that miraculous stuff happening, an ordinary common man of the ancient world would have already thought that this was a power worthy of praise. Ezekiel never humbled himself in that manner. He was amazed by who they were and their bodies and the way that they got there and how they moved. He was amazed by all those things, but he never humbled himself to them on the manner of worship, not once. But the moment that he mentions that he saw that throne, the moment that he mentioned that he saw someone with the figure of a man sitting on that throne, he immediately prostrated himself to the ground and recognized that one as Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, as the Almighty, no other. He didn't say it was Jesus. He didn't say it was Allah. He didn't say it was Buddha. He didn't say it was Mithra. He didn't say it was any of those deities. What he said it was Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, the creator of all creation. Yes, right. He recognized and he gave his proper respect to the one who was worthy. Verse 2, and watch what happens. The Most High acknowledges his recognition. And he said unto me, Son of man, stand upon thy feet, and I will speak unto thee. He had earned the right to stand on his feet because he had already humbled himself. And the Spirit entered into me. He couldn't speak until that Spirit entered him. We got a lot of people today that needs to understand that without the Spirit of the Most High, there's a lot of things that you can't do. There are a lot of things that you shouldn't be attempting to do. There's a lot of things that will not allow you to do it because you don't have that proper spirit. You notice Ezekiel couldn't do anything until that spirit entered into him. Watch what happens. And the spirit entered into me. What do you think that spirit did when that spirit entered into him? What do you think it did? It empowered him with the gift of prophecy. It empowered him with the gift of discipline, the spirit of purpose. It empowered him. He became a different man. And except you ask the Most High to put his spirit in you, you will always be walking in that same fleshly being as you are today. That's why it's so hard for a lot of us to accomplish and achieve a lot of the things that we can't get out of our lives. A lot of us smoke crack. A lot of us smoke cigarettes. A lot of us eat foods that we know we shouldn't eat. We can't seem to break it no matter how hard we want to try. And part of the reason is because you didn't ask the Most High for a portion of his spirit so that you can become a new being. We need that from the Creator to transform ourselves into new beings so that we can represent him properly according to his will and not according to our own desires and our own thoughts. Watch this. And the Spirit entered into me when he spake unto me and set me upon my feet, that I heard him that spake unto me. That Spirit entering into him also allowed him to be able to understand when the Most High speaks to him. There are so many of us walking around today that doesn't recognize the voice of the Creator. The Most High can be speaking to you right now, but because you got that defense up, you can't hear the Most High's voice. And then you wondering why the Most High don't deal with you like he did with the prophets of old. And he does. The problem is you don't hear him when he speaks. Here it is. But with that spirit of the Most High, Ezekiel was able to understand the Most High when he spoke. And this is what the Most High said, this is what Ezekiel said, the Most High, the Creator, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, Yotzeh, this is what it says he said, Son of man. The reason why all those angels came, the reason why he seen that appearance, the reason why it was done in this particular manner was for this reason and this reason alone. He says, Son of man, I send thee to the children of Yisrael. That was the reason why all this was done. I send you, Ezekiel, to the children of Yisrael, your people, to a rebellious nation that has rebelled against me. We are still rebelling against the Most High. 2,000 years later, 3,000 years later, we're still rebelling against the word of the Most High. Still today, we want to get on platforms like this when we should be taking the time to unite and to come together and to build together to protect us against the war that's about to come. We want to get on platforms like this and try to tear up the teachings, mess up the class, interrupt the spirit, stupid things. Like we're in competition, and we're not in competition. We need to be in unison to build, like what was told to Daniel, to build this nation. The Most High knew that we were a rebellious nation and that we had rebelled against him. And they and their fathers have transgressed against me, even until this day in 2025. We're still rebelling against the Most High. All of those who are within the sound of my voice, who have a special skill or talent in this physical world, you should probably make note of that and bring it to us so we can utilize it to begin to build this nation. Because it don't matter how small it is or how big it is. Together, we can bring about completeness. We can do something that's never been done since we were slaves in this United States of America. Bring your resources, bring your skills, bring your talents. Let's bring some order to this chaos. Let's let the Most High govern us and guide us, and let us build something that's more powerful than what the Europeans could ever imagine. But if we wasting all of our time fighting over our differences to see who's right and who's wrong, comparison why this deity should be represented, when he ain't got nothing to do with the creator, or she ain't got nothing to do with the creator. These are not the focus points that we need to focus on. We need to be focusing on how to build our foundation so that what's about to take place in this earth don't hurt, harm, or affect us to the degree that it would if we wasn't prepared. We have to get ourselves in proper alignment. We have to be organized. We have to be structured. We have to be disciplined. And if you are here and you got these skills, you need to make those skills known so that we can utilize those skills and put you in the place where you need to be to bring about greatness for the people. They are a rebellious people, and they have transgressed against me, even until this day. For they were impudent children and stiff-hearted. I do send thee unto them, that thou shalt say unto them, Thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Ha-Elohim, Elohei Yisrael, so that thou can say unto them, and they, whether they hear or forbear. So that means that you don't have to agree with what I'm teaching. You don't have to accept what it is that I'm saying to you. You don't have to. Whether they hear or forbear. For they are a rebellious house, yet shall know that there has been a prophet among them. And thou, son of man, be not afraid of them, neither be afraid of their words. Though briars and thorns be with thee, and thou dost dwell among scorpions, be not afraid of their word, nor be dismayed at their looks, though they be a rebellious house. That means that people are going to attack you. When you represent the Most High and you're speaking on his behalf and you're trying to get others to get better, even within your own household, people are going to attack you. They're going to come up against you. They're going to collude together to try to get some type of conspiracy started to tear you down. They're going to do what they do. They wouldn't serve the Most High. Why do you think they're going to walk with you? We are some wicked people and we need a lot of help. We do. We got leaderships on all these platforms, all teaching all these different things. Why can't we come together and teach one uniform teaching? One discipline teaching. Leave the egos alone. Leave the arrogance alone. Leave the selfishness, the hatred. Leave all those things alone. We're not looking for popularity. That's not what this is supposed to be about. We need to organize. We need to structure. We need to bring like minds together. Now, I commend those who come every Shabbat and teach the word of the Most High as they understand it, because it shows a discipline within them. It shows a dedication within them. And whether I agree or disagree with them, they're putting forth the effort to show that they are disciplined about things that they believe in their lives. So why can't we take those disciplines and bring them and organize them and structure them together, and we all begin to work together to raise the consciousness of our people? Because when the adversary bring forth their weapons of mass destruction upon us, it's going to affect us wherever you are and whatever you call yourself. We have to be in proper alignment for that. The Most High, the Most High has identified us as stiff-necked, rebellious people. We don't want to listen. The Most High told him that he is a prophet, is going to represent the Creator, and he already knew that the people wouldn't listen to him, but he sent them anyway. That means we got a job to do, whether they accept us or not. But just know that you're going in the midst of briars and scorpions. People who are, they'll sting you and kill you. They'll set you up. They'll trap you. Know that these are the type of people that the Most High are in love with, that he wants us to work with, that he wants us to educate and bring closer to himself. But the Most High is saying, don't get caught up on what the people say about you, because they're going to say things about you. They're going to come at you. They're going to try to attack you. Don't worry about what they do to try to stop you from doing what you're doing. Stay focused and do the job that the Creator has for you to do. Stay focused. And thou shalt speak my words unto them, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear, for they are a most rebellious people. But thou, son of man, hear what I say unto thee. Be not thou rebellious like that rebellious house. Open thy mouth and eat that I give thee. There are a lot of us who have been here week after week after week, some of you over a year or 2 years, and you haven't made any significant changes in your lives based on the teachings that you receive. Why are you here? We're here to teach you how to live, not how to teach you to remain the same. Because if you were meant to be the same, there will be no need for you to be here. And your life will be in a bliss. You will be worshiping the Most High to the best of your ability. There will be no struggles and challenges in your life at all. You will be cool. But the reality is that for the majority of us, that's not how life is. We have problems, we create problems, and most of those problems, all of those problems, are all of our own doings, because we don't know the answer. We don't know the way. I talked to a young man the other day, a cousin of mine, and this conversation might have lasted around good 20, 30 minutes. We were on the phone talking. He called me up because he needed a place to stay. He needed some food to eat for the night. His life has just been a living hell for him. He's going from one house to another house. He's probably listening right now because he's listening on the classes. But this is the reality. He's going from house to house. He'll stay with somebody, let him stay with him for this little bit of time. Somebody let him stay with him for that little bit of time. And then they put him out. And then he's going somewhere else. He's going somewhere else. And all along, he's feeling like he got the way, the key to life. He knows what he's doing. He knows what his life is bringing him. He knows what he needs to do to better himself. But he keeps implementing what he understands to be right. And it keeps getting him the same results over and over and over. What am I saying? I'm saying ultimately, family, when you come to the realization that you don't know the way, you have to rely on somebody else to teach you the way, to show you the way. And how you can best tell that if that person is able and qualified to show you the way, You look at that person's life. You look at their own example. You look at how they're living. Are they doing the things that they're trying to teach you how to do? If I want my wife to learn how to sell cryptocurrency, I can't send her to somebody that don't know about cryptocurrency, but yet always got a voice of opinion to say about something. They don't know about cryptocurrency, so they can't teach her about cryptocurrency. I have to send her to somebody that I see that knows what cryptocurrency is all about and what it's going to bring in our lives, because they themselves are experiencing it today, and they experience it to a positive outcome. Those are the type of people that I want my wife to sit up under so she can learn about cryptocurrency. I know nothing about cryptocurrency, and I'm the head spiritual leader, but I'm not a fool. I believe that the most qualified person is the person who should be in charge, the most qualified person. So therefore, I don't tell my wife, just listen to me. I know about crypto, and I don't know. So I have to entrust her to the leadership or the guidance of somebody who do know what I don't know. Now, if I was a prideful man, I couldn't allow that to take place. If I was an arrogant man, I couldn't allow that to take place. But the level of spirituality where I am allows my essence to say somebody else will do a better job than what I can do, because I don't know how to do that. You have to be honest with yourself first. So therefore, I placed her in a place where she can learn. And it ain't coming from me, because I don't know. A lot of us, we don't know things, but yet we want to go out and teach things as if we know. And then when we get hit with that hard question and our world is shook, we don't know how to respond. So we lash out with something evil and negative. Oh, you just want to fight. Oh, no, you really don't know what you're teaching, bro. You don't know what you're talking about, so you shouldn't be teaching. There's a lot of people on the internet, on Facebook, on social media, that's teaching things of spirituality and righteousness that have no idea of how to be spiritual or righteous. None of them. There's a lot of people teaching these things that cannot teach the average man discipline, because they're out getting high with the average man. They out smoking weed on the corner with the average man. They out drinking with the average man. They cheat on their women just like the average man. They're doing average things, so therefore they will get average results. The only way that a man can teach you discipline and righteousness is if he himself is a living example of that. And if he's not, then he shouldn't be trying to attempt to teach you. How can a man lead people when he can't lead his own home? His own wife is putting him down because of the way that he takes and provides for them. He doesn't. He tells her to go get it for herself. How are you a leader of people? How are you disciplined by nature? How are you still running around chasing after girls because you want another wife and you're not taking care of your first wife? Oh, because I want some more children, Prince, but you're not taking care of the 4 and 5 children you already got. How is that possible? Well, I trust in the Creator. The Creator will provide for my children because I serve the Most High. Well, what about you, bro? The Most High provides for your children through you. What is your duty and responsibility? See, this type of teaching is why people talk about me. This is why they make that noise about me, because of these types of things. Because I hit them where it hurts. And that's why they talk about me. They don't like it. But this is the reality of life. How could you stand before the Most High's people talking about what you do or how people should live to be righteous and holy, and you yourself is nowhere near that example? If 2 guys are standing on a corner smoking weed every day, right? How is one of them going to tell the other one how to make his life better when they're both living the exact same way? He can't give that example. He can't be that example. The only thing he can tell him is how to get another girl that he can sleep with, or how to get some more weed, or some more alcohol, some more liquor. And if your spiritual leader is involved in these type of things, he doesn't need to be a spiritual leader at all. He just need to be another one of the brothers, another one of the sisters. That's all. Because those people desire to be just what they are. just what they are. You can tell your spiritual leader because your spiritual leader will be doing the things that you yourself don't want to do yet. Oh, I'm not ready for that yet. I know that's what's needed, but I ain't ready for that yet. And you're being honest, and I can respect that. You might not be ready for that, but your spiritual leader must already be doing it. He must already, or she must already be living that life. And I say she because for a woman, you can have a spiritual leader as a woman. But as a man to have a spiritual leader, that's something that shouldn't be. But as a woman, you can have a spiritual leader that's a woman that you can look up to, somebody you can trust, somebody you can depend on. All right? But thou, son of man, hear what I say to you. Be not thou rebellious like that rebellious house. The Most High is saying that the spiritual leader, his watchman, can't be like the average person. The average person was stiff-necked and rebellious. He told Ezekiel, you got to be above that. He says, open thy mouth and eat that I give thee. Eat this righteousness. He says, eat this righteousness. And when I looked, behold, a hand was sent unto me, and lo, a roll of a book was therein. He says, and when I looked, behold, a hand was sent unto me, and lo, a roll of a book was therein. And he spread it before me, and it was written within and without. And there was written therein lamentations and mournings and woes. People teach, well, Prince, why are you talking so negative to the people? You're an emotional teacher. What you try to do is you try to appeal to the people's emotions to wake them up. What did he say that book was about? Lamentations. Lamentations, mourning, and woes. Sometimes people need to see what life is about in order for them to wake up. They need to see the suffering that they bring on others, the torment that they put others through, in order for them to begin to recognize within themselves and make themselves better people. All of these lamentation and woes and torment that the Most High is exposing to Ezekiel is how we made him feel. We hurt the Creator, but the Creator still didn't give up on us, but we hurt him. And he's sending us a prophet. He sent us a prophet. He sent a prophet to the people to cause the people to reflect on their behavior so they can return back to him. Moreover, he said to me, son of man, eat thou that thou findest, eat this roll, and go speak unto the house of Israel. What is he talking about? What was the purpose of those angels coming? Those cherubims that the angels sent, they was cherubs. That's what they were. They were cherubims. Those guardian angels, because they was cherubs, they were cherubims. Cherubims are guardian angels. What was the purpose why they came? To show you order and structure exists in the heavens above. Because those four cherubs that came out was on guard, because they will kill you. They will take you out. And then over above them sat a throne. And on the throne was the Creator's messenger. Y'all understand what I'm saying to you? He represented the Creator. Therefore, he was the Creator. He was representing the Almighty. He speaks unto Ezekiel. He gave him a roll. And he told him to eat this roll. And what was this roll? It was the Torah. It was the Torah. It was the teachings of the Most High. He had to take the teachings of the Most High and place it on his inward parts, so the results will come from him. Why is Prince saying all these things to you? Because too long we've been holding on to the Torah scrolls and letting it be something that we read and not something that we live. You understand what I'm saying to you? I don't think you do. I think you're just hearing me, but you ain't really hearing me. So let's see what the Most High has to say about that. Behold, the days cometh, saith Yahweh. Jeremiah 31 and 31. Behold, the days cometh, saith Yahweh, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Yahudah. Not according to the covenant that I made with their forefathers in the days that I took them by the hand and brought them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they did break, although I was a husband unto them, saith the Most High. But this shall be that covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, saith the Most High, I will put my law, where? In their inward parts. What was Ezekiel commanded to do? He was commanded to eat that Torah, that scroll, that book. He was commanded to eat it so that those teachings will become a part of him. The Most High said in those days, with this new covenant that he's going to make with the children of Israel, he wants us to digest the Torah, put it in our inward part. So in those days, I will put my law in their inward part and write it in their hearts. And you know that your heart is the same thing as your mind. The word in Hebrew is lab. Lab. And lab is the heart and the mind. So it's the heart, it's the mind. It's the heart, it's the mind. It's the mind, it's the heart. It's the same thing. Y'all have to understand, the reason why you're getting stuck is, first of all, because you didn't ask the Most High for the proper spirit to come into you. And then you didn't take his law and allow it to digest in your inward parts. And that's what we have to do. We have to put the Most High's law in our inward parts. Thereby, you are what you eat, so you will become a walking vessel of the Most High's law. It will become second nature for you to live this life according to the word of the Most High. Idolatry won't exist within your spirit once you consume that which the Most High is giving you. He says, and I like this part that we get ready to read about. This part, and they shall teach no more every man his neighbor. Once you digest that Torah of the Most High into your inward parts, every man don't need to teach you no more. And nobody's going to have to say, know your brother. For every man will never have to teach his brother or his sister, saying, know the Most High. For they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest. Thus saith the Most High. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. That's all we needed to do, to consume the teachings of the Creator, consume it, to use it, to swallow it up. But a lot of us refuse. How do you eat the word of the Most High? Everything that you see in that Torah that you're supposed to do, start doing it. That means stop showing your brother's hatred. Stop separating yourself from those who are of your own flesh. That means allow yourself to begin to, as my sister Higdalia said earlier, all the blessings that you have in your life, share it. Share it with those who are in need, or share it with institutions like us who are going to help those people who are in need. Share. If you got special skills and talents, let us know about it so we can put it to work for the people. Come on, family. When you digest the laws of the Most High, we ain't talking about eating pork. Everybody got that down pat. I would like to believe so. We're talking about things when it says love your neighbor as yourself. We're talking about laws like that. We're talking about laws that talk about when the person who you hate or despises you, ox fall in the ditch, and you see it, you're supposed to help them to get their ox out of the ditch. Most of us can't do that. We see somebody fall in some trouble and we despise that person. What are we doing? We're too busy laughing, or we're too busy stuck in our own circle that we don't want to help those people. But I'm trying to share with you, family, that that's where it all starts. That's when you start eating that Torah. The Torah is going to make you do things that you don't normally want to do. But you have to do it because you know that it's the right thing to do, because the Most High commanded it of you. And when I behold, a hand was sent unto me, and lo, a roll of a book was therein. And he spread it before me, and it was written within and without. And there was within their lamentations, mourning, and woes. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, eat that thou findest, eat this roll, and go and speak unto the house of Yisrael. Who was the house of Yisrael? They were a rebellious people. So the house of Yisrael was a rebellious people. Once you learn this Torah, it is your duty to go wake up those who are still blind, who are still deaf, who are still out there sinning. It was your duty to now go out and help your brothers and sisters to a higher level of consciousness. It was now your duty and responsibility. So I opened my mouth, and he caused me to eat that roll. And he said unto me, Son of man, cause thy belly to eat, and fill thy bowels with this roll that I give thee. That means completely consume yourself with learning the proper way of life that the Most High has left on record for us to live by. Completely consume yourself with the teachings of the Torah. If you completely consume yourself with the teachings of the Torah, you will not hate your brother in your heart. You will not hate your sister in your heart. You would have no room for idolatry, because you would only be giving the best of you to the Most High and no one else. All of your works will be about righteousness. Everything you do, even your dreams, even in your dreams, you'll be helping people, serving people, worshiping the Almighty, even in your dreams. Now, if you're a person today that you have dreams that you know are against the Torah, it's because you ain't got enough Torah in you. If in your dreams, you're having dreams of things that you know you ain't got no business doing, but you say to yourself, I'm dreaming, so it was just a dream. No, your dreams are a reflection of your reality. Your dreams show you how much work you got to do in this life to purify yourself, so that when you do travel to the spirit realm, you're not bringing negative energy into the spirit realm. So if you still dreaming about having sex with people that you ain't got no business having sex with in your dreams, it's because you haven't purified yourself in this realm yet. And you got a lot of more focus to do. You have a lot of focusing more to do. No, you wasn't removed from this chat. We don't remove people unless you just straight crazy and got issues and problems. And we don't see that in you, me, you. You all right with me. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, eat thou that thou findest. Eat this roll, and go and speak unto the house of Yisrael. So I opened my mouth, and he caused me to eat that roll. And he said unto me, Son of man, cause thy belly to eat, and fill thy bowels with this roll that I give thee. Then did I eat it, and it was in my mouth as honey of sweetness. And that's how this law has to be to you. This law has to be to you as something that you desire, something that you are pleased with ingesting into your system. But this is what I'm going to share with you on another spiritual level. Most of us are possessed by demons. Most of the spirits that reside in us are wicked spirits, demons, evil spirits. They exist within us. And we don't want them to change their behavior. We don't want them to go anywhere. Therefore, they stay. But if you ever one day decide that you want to be a better individual and embrace this law of the Most High like it supposed to be embraced, as you begin to apply the teachings of Torah to your life, these demons are going to try to get you to change your mind. Oh, I don't go to that class. Turn off. You don't need to go there this Shabbat. Go to this other class on Shabbat. Classes that's not teaching you how to fight these demons. You don't need to fast. Don't do no fast this week. What are those demons trying to tell you? They don't want to go nowhere. They're just like parasites. Parasites try to hold on and keep you so that they can eat and consume you. They don't want you eating things like clove and garlic that's going to kill them. They want you to do things to bring them more life so that they can have more babies and procreate. But in order for you to grow in the spiritual righteousness, you got to eradicate the demons out of your life. And if you don't eradicate them, then get them to change their behavior. How do you get them to change their behavior? Because the angel and the demons are one and the same. Angels and demons are one and the same. How you to get them to change their behavior? You force righteousness upon them. Force righteousness upon them, and you will change them. And you will see that you yourself will be affected in a positive manner because you ate the Torah and you begin to practice righteous disciplines in your life. That's the only way we're going to achieve this, family, is by doing this. You got to do it, family, because if you don't, you're going to be walking this same cycle like our elders was walking for the last 20 and 30 years. You look around, you see a lot of them dying off now. We the elders now. They used to be the elders. But my question is, what has changed since your elders was here and now you're the elder? What has changed in your life? How have you gotten closer to the Creator? Put aside the fact that you know you're an Israelite and you can read a little bit Hebrew. How are you providing for your family? Mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, financially. How are you providing for them? Put aside that you can read a little Hebrew. Put aside that you know where the temple is located and that you go to every Shabbat service. What have you learned about you that you have changed in the last 10, 15, 20 years that makes you a better individual, that you can think within yourself that the Most High may be pleased with you? Are you still doing the same things that you was doing 10, 20 years ago, like hating your neighbor, not sharing with your brother or sister that lives right next door to you that you see are in need, like not coming together to fellowship with other like-minded brothers and sisters who striving and struggling to be better? Is that what's going on in your case right now, in your life right now? Is that where you at? You don't want to get any better? Are you still living off the same teachings that your elder taught you 30 years ago, that he himself sat down with you and told you that it's okay, that girl gonna want to give you some snatch long as you giving her a couple of dollars in the alley in the back of a car and think that that's okay? He didn't teach you to bring that woman into your home and marry her, make her a wife, make something honorable out of her, that she can write home to her parents and tell her parents all about you. He didn't teach you that type of stuff. He taught you that it was okay for you to smoke weed. Long as you do it in your house, it's okay to do. Drink alcohol, long as you do it in your house, it's okay. Or long as you do it a little bit. None of those things are okay. But you're not learning because you're still holding on to the same behavior of the elders who went before you, and a lot of them ain't here no more. You hear what I said, right? A lot of them ain't here no more. But your practices and the lifestyle that you live is the same lifestyle that they live. Man, some of y'all get high with your elders. Right after Shabbat service, y'all got in the back of the parking lot, sitting on the street talking, smoking cigarettes, drinking weed, and then y'all have a Shabbat, a unity Passover or something, and y'all drinking liquor. Some of you drink that really, really strong stuff. Y'all out drinking liquor and alcohol, getting toasted with your leadership. And ain't nothing wrong with it. It's comfortable now. Everybody think it's okay to do. Let me share something with you, family. Those are the practices that our forefathers did that got us in the condition that we're in today. And except we change those practices, we're going to repeat the same thing that they did in our lives to the youth that's coming up underneath of us. It's time that we wake up. It's time that we change the direction that we're headed in. It's time that we do different than what we've been doing, because we in trouble, family. We in trouble. How many men you know today are single with no wife? I know several of them. And every one of them that I know, it's their own fault that they're in the conditions that they're in. Their own fault. Some of them I knew had really good women, and they put them aside, cast them aside, kicked them out, didn't want them no more. Why? Because they wanted to be a hoe. And she wasn't having it. So they cast her out, put her aside, left her alone, and he's still single to the day. When you get a good woman, provide for that woman, embrace that woman, teach that woman about the Most High, marry that woman, and then have children with that woman. Don't kick a woman, a good woman, to the curb just because she won't subside to your wickedness. Maybe it's a good thing that she doesn't subside to your wickedness. Because if you are a righteous man, you will stand up and you will come right. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, eat what thou findest. And he said unto me, Son of man, cause thy belly to eat and to be filled. And he said unto me, Son of man, go, get thee unto the house of Israel and speak my words unto them. For thou art not sent to a people of strange speech and of a hard language, but to the house of Israel, to your own people. Had I sent you to those people of a strange language, of a different speech, they would listen to you. But the house of Israel won't hear you. For thou art not sent unto a people of strange speech and of a hard language, but to the house of Israel. Not too many people of a strange speech and of a hard language, whose words thou cannot understand. Surely, had I sent thee to them, they would have hearkened unto you. They would have listened to you. Let me say this to my brother right here for a minute. Brother Yirmiyahu, this is what I want to say. Benjamin, listen to me for a minute, please. You wrote me, I'm single with no wife. I don't consider it a fault or a condition. I want you to understand this carefully. It is a condition. It's called single. But that's not necessarily bad, because you could be on the righteous side of the brothers who are looking and waiting and patiently waiting for a righteous sister to appear. So it doesn't always mean because the man is single that he's done something wrong or he's in a negative condition or something is wrong with that. A righteous man in this day and time would remain single until he finds a woman that he can condition to be a righteous woman. But at the same time, while he's looking, he must remain celibate. He must. Because if he's not celibate, then that means he's entertaining those spirits of this world. And that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. And I'm not saying that that's what you're doing. I think in my spirituality that a lot of brothers are seriously single because there are no righteous women that they see. But my problem with that is that a lot of those brothers who are seriously single are dipping and dabbing inside of everybody else's house. That's what I'm saying. They shouldn't be, because that's not a sign that you really are waiting for a righteous woman. What's that a sign of is that you're using what's available to you. And that's not a good thing. So if you're single, you should be single in the bedroom too. And that goes for men and women in Israel. If you really want to dedicate yourself to the Most High, you have to do it through separation. If you're already married, then there is no separation. But if you're single, then you have to be secluded and dedicate yourself to the Almighty and the Almighty alone. to really raise your consciousness. And then when the Most High brings you a husband or a wife, then you have somebody to be emotionally involved with. For thou art not sent to a people of strange speech, because they would have heard you. But the house of Israel will not hearken unto thee, for they will not hearken unto me. The Most High already knew that we wasn't going to listen to him. For they will not listen to me. For for all the house of Israel are impudent and hard-hearted. Behold, I have made thy face strong against their face, and thy forehead strong against their foreheads. The Most High said that he built up a defense in that spirit and that roll that he ate and that spirit that came upon him. That spirit allowed him to have a hard face. It allowed him to build up a defense against them, because the Most High knew that Israel today, they're going to attack those who represent the Almighty. They're coming, and they're not going to stop. And even when you say, I surrender, it's not enough for a lot of them. They're going to keep coming. Oh, what that say? It says, Kodesh La Yotzer, holy unto the Most High. He says, behold, I have made thy face strong against thy face, and thy forehead strong against their foreheads. And adamant harder than flint have I made thy forehead. Fear them not, neither be dismayed at their looks, though they be a rebellious house. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, all my words that I shall speak unto thee, receive in thy heart. Where did the Most High tell him to receive it? In his mind. The Most High says that you should meditate on his law day and night. That means that the thoughts of your mind should be focused on the teachings of the Torah day and night. You should be focusing on the teachings of the Torah day and night. Be you man or woman, be you male or female, you should be focusing on the Torah day and night. Every decision you make that affects your life and the lives of others, those who are in your care, should be based on Torah principles. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, all my words that I shall speak unto thee, receive in thy mind, and hear with thy ears, and go, get thee to them of the captivity, unto the children of the house, of thy people, the children of Israel, and speak unto them and tell them, thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, Ha-Elohei Yisrael, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear. But it's hard for a lot of us to do that because we worried about popularity. We worried about keeping a friendship. We worried about getting people on our side. If you're a servant of the Most High, you have to speak what thus saith the Most High, no matter what they have to say. A lot of us go to family functions and the family is sitting around eating chicken. Chicken is unclean, something you shouldn't be eating. A lot of us are sitting around eating chicken, smoking weed, drinking liquor, and halfway dressed with our breasts hanging out, looking a sight. And a righteous man walks in the room and don't want to say anything because he don't want to upset the spirit of the people in the room. That he ain't too much of a righteous man. Or he should say what he has to say and just leave this place. My family don't even like inviting me out to events anymore because they be so far out of order that I disrupt their peace. They call me the party pooper. I disrupt their peace. They don't even like to invite me no more. I have to go to, and then some of the Israelite events that I go to, they be so far out of order. And then when I say something to them, don't nobody want to hear. I went to my brother's funeral the other day, and they were serving chicken. The problem is they disagree with chicken being unclean. So who am I to say that they got to shut it down? Nobody has to listen to me if they don't want to, but it doesn't make the unclean food clean. It doesn't change it. So that's all right. Do what you feel like you have to do. And then a lot of people still eating chicken because they don't want to give up off of something that they like. Matter of fact, something that they love. They're in love with chicken, and that's why they don't want to let it go, because they don't want to. Then the Spirit took me up, and I heard behind me a voice of a great rushing saying, "Blessed be the glory of the Most High from his place." I heard also the noise of the wings of the living creatures that touch one another, and the noise of the wheels over against them, and the noise of a great rushing. So the Spirit lifted me up and took me away, and I went in bitterness in the heart of my spirit, but the hand of the Most High was strong upon me. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that. Then I came to them of the captivity at Tel Aviv that dwelt by the river Shabah, and I sat where they sat and remained there astonished among them 7 days. What was he astonished about? His mind had been enlightened. He had been elevated consciously. He got to see things that was violating the laws of the Most High from a people who was holy, supposedly holy and righteous before the Most High. So he was astonished. He was captivated in his mind, the things that he saw. He just couldn't believe it. It was overwhelming. He sat there for a whole 7 days. And it came to pass at the end of the 7th day that the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, "Son of man, I had made thee a watchman." I want y'all to pay attention because this is extremely important. "I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore hear the words of my mouth and give them warning from me." It was. And it still is. You just don't hit it. "When I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, and thou giveth him not warning, nor speaketh to warn the wicked from his wicked ways, to save his life, the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at your hand." What does that mean? The Most High is telling us that when your mind is open and you're elevated and you have a higher level of consciousness and you don't share the understanding that you have with those who have a lesser level of consciousness and they die in their sin, then you're held accountable for that. Now, he's not saying that if you talk to them and they don't listen, that you're going to be held accountable for their sin. The Creator is saying that if he elevates you and you know that what they're doing is wrong and you don't speak on it, and they die in their sin and you had the opportunity to help them and you didn't help them, then their death is on your hands. Their blood is on your hands. This is why, as servants of the Most High, we have a duty to our fellow brothers and sisters to express the laws of the Most High with them. We're commanded by the Creator to do so. He set Ezekiel as a watchman to do these things. "And it came to pass at the end of the 7 days that the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Son of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore hear the words at my mouth and give them warning from me. When I say unto the wicked, now I want y'all to pay close attention to this. When I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, and thou givest him not warning, nor speak to warn the wicked from his wickedness, like I told you about eating that chicken, to save his life, the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at thy hand. So if you still smoking the weed, you still drinking the liquor, you still eating the chicken, you still not sharing with your brothers and sisters, all these things are wicked in the sight of the Creator, every one of them. We have to change, family, and the only way we're going to change is if we let those vices out of our lives. If you in love with weed, if you in love with alcohol, if you in love with chicken, then you ain't gonna be able to put them down until you get out of love with them. And once you get out of love with them, you will see how good it is in your life. You will see how they adversely affected your life. Ask that question again later, bro, and I'll explain it to you. But if you choose to leave, you know I can't argue with you about that. You know I ain't gonna never force nobody to do what they don't want to do. But if you want to ask that question after this lesson is over, I will take the time to expound on it, and then you can have that understanding. Son of man, I have made thee a watchman into the house of Yisrael. Yet if thou warn the wicked, now this is my part right here. If thou warn the wicked, and he turn not from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way, he shall die in his iniquity. But thou hast delivered thy soul. Again, when a righteous man doeth or does turn from his righteousness, and he commits iniquity, and I lay a stumbling block before him, he shall die, because thou hast not given him warning. He shall die in his sin, and his righteousness which he has done shall not be remembered, but his blood will I require at your hand. So if you got a brother that's walking this life with you, that's living this law with you, right? And one day you peep his game, and he got 2 baby mamas around the corner that he's sexing and won't marry none of them, won't bring them to himself. And they sexing whoever they want to sex. They just in an open relationship. And they got children by him. He ain't taking care of them or whatever he's doing. And you don't expose him to his corrupt ways. And you just let him continue to live in his sinful life. And he dies in his sin. He was once a righteous brother, then his blood will be on your hands. And the Most High will require it of you to get for the life of that brother. But nevertheless, if you warn the righteous man that the righteous sin not, and he does not sin, he shall surely live, because he is warned. Also, thou hast delivered thy soul. Did you hear what I just said, bro? If he warns the righteous man that the righteous man sin not, and he does not sin, he shall surely live, because he is warned. Also, thou hast delivered thy soul. And the hand of the Most High was upon me, and he said unto me, arise, go forth into the plain, and I will there talk with you. Then I arose, and I went forth into the plain, and behold, the glory of Yahweh stood there, as the glory which I saw by the river of Shabar, and I fell on my face. Look how he says the glory of the Most High stood there. The glory of the Most High met him there. That representative of the Most High met him again. And what did he do? He fell on his face to the ground. Then the Spirit entered into me and set me upon my feet and spake with me and said unto me, shut thyself within thy house. But thou, O son of man, behold, they shall put bands upon thee and shall bind thee with them, and thou shalt not go out among them. And I will make thy tongue cleave to the roof of thy mouth, that thou shalt be dumb, and shall not be to them a reprover, for they are a rebellious house. But when I speak with thee, I will open thy mouth, and thou shalt say unto them, thus saith Yahweh ha Elohim, ha Elohe Yisrael. He that heareth, let him hear, and he that forbeareth, let him forbear, for they are a rebellious house. So, brother, sisters, when you tell people that eating chicken is unclean and you shouldn't do it, when you tell people that smoking weed is something that you shouldn't do and drinking alcohol is something that you shouldn't do, running around with all these women is something that you shouldn't do, when you tell people all these things and they don't hear it, the Most High says, he that have an ear, let him hear, and he that forbeareth, let him forbear. That means you don't try to force yourself on anybody, and don't try to force your teachings on anybody. The only one that you are able to force yourself to is on those who belong to you, and those are the biological children that come out of your body. Those you may have to force yourself to just to teach them how to live a righteous life. But if you do it right and they see that example through you and through your lifestyle, the children will gravitate to a righteous lifestyle automatically. But it's when they don't see that righteous lifestyle that they gravitate to the ways of the world. And who wants their children to be raised on the ways of the world? But when I speak unto thee, I will open thy mouth, and thou shalt say unto them, thus saith Yahweh ha Elohim, Elohe Yisrael. He that heareth, let him hear, and he that forbeareth, let him forbear, for they are a rebellious house. The Most High already knew we were a rebellious house. That's who we are, aren't we? A rebellious house. Thou son of man, take thee a towel and lay it before thee, and portray upon it the city, even Yerushalayim, and lay siege against it, and build a fort against it, and cast a mount against it, and set camps also against it, and set battering rams against it round about. Moreover, take thou unto thee an iron pan, and set it for a wall of iron between thee and the city, and set thy face against it, and it shall be besieged, and thou shalt lay besiege against it. This shall be a sign to the house of Israel. So you see what he's actually doing? He got him sitting down here, putting things on the floor, and he's putting these things and ordering them up and fashioning them in a certain way as a symbolic sign of what's about to take place to the house of Israel. He got an iron pan in front of a towel, and that iron pan is the Most High. Nothing can get through to the people. That's their mind state. Set it for a wall of iron between thee and the city, and set thy face against it, and it shall be besieged, and thou shalt siege against it. This shall be a sign to the house of Israel. Lie thou also upon thy left side, and watch this. Lie thou also upon thy left side, and lay the iniquity of the house of Israel upon it. According to the number of days that thou shalt lie upon it, thou shalt bear their iniquity. So the Most High just put the iniquity of the house of Israel upon a man, and the man didn't have to die to bear the iniquities of the house of Israel. How much greater is Ezekiel than JC? See, JC had to be put to death. They supposedly, as the story goes, he was put to death for that. Ezekiel bare the sins of iniquity of the people, and all he had to do was lay on his side for a certain amount of days. For I have laid upon thee the years of their iniquity, according to the number of the days, 390 days. So shall thou bear the iniquity of the house of Israel. He had to lay on one side for a little over a year. And when thou hast accomplished them, lie again on the right side, and thou shalt bear the iniquities of Judah 40 days. I have appointed thee each day for a year. This is incredible. And when thou accomplish them, lay on thy right side, and thou shalt bear the iniquities of the house of Judah 40 days. I have appointed thee each day for a year. Therefore thou shalt set thy face toward the siege of Jerusalem, and thy arm shall be uncovered, and thou shalt prophesy against it. And behold, I will lay bands upon them, and thou shalt not turn thee from one side to another, till thou hast ended the days of the siege. Defiled bread. He, Ezekiel, bore the sins of the children of Israel simply, and I say simply only because he's still alive, by laying on one side and then laying on the other side. Now, he did that for a long time. Most of us would never be able to accomplish that. But that meant he couldn't get up. That meant that he had to stay there. Take thou also unto thee wheat and barley and beans and lentils and millet and fitches, and put them in one vessel, and make thee bread thereupon, according to the number of the days that thou shalt lie upon thy one side. 390 days shalt thou eat thereof. Now, let's talk about this for a minute. Wheat, barley, beans, lentils, millet, and fitches, and make bread and eat it for 300 and something days, according to the number of the days that thou shalt lie on one side. That's the only thing that he consumed for that period of time. A lot of people might not understand it, but what this was doing was also purifying his body, but yet giving him the proper nutrients so that his life can be prolonged. But it's yet cleaning out his system. And thy meat which thou shalt eat shall be by weight, 20 shekels a day. For time to time shalt thou eat it. Thou shalt drink also water by measure, the 6th part of a hin. For time to time shalt thou drink it. Yes, it is a good bread for survival. And thou shalt eat it as barley cakes, and thou shalt bake it with dung that cometh out of a man in their sight. So he was supposed to do all that in the sight where people can see it, and he was supposed to eat human feces. Some people say, I'm the creator, I change not, I don't change my mind. The Most High gonna change his mind on this, but I want y'all to pay more close attention to what Ezekiel says in this part right here. He told him to eat it made with human dung that come out of a man in their sight, And the Most High said, even thus shall the children of Israel eat their defiled bread among the Gentiles. Even so, this was symbolic of the foods that we eat today. How the Most High said those foods that we're eating today are defiled. He put human dung in the food. They put human meat in your food. And they sell it as steak. They sell it as beef. They sell it as turkey. Sometimes it's ground chicken, chicken sausages, chicken patties. They sell it and it's got human meat involved in it. First, you got to remember this, family. They don't raise enough chickens. They don't raise enough turkeys. They don't raise enough beef to supply all the needs of the beef eaters in the world today. They just don't have enough animals for all that. They just don't. So where they getting the meat from? A lot of those people who are missing, they're ground up and they're added to your turkey and chicken and your beef. And I know a lot of you right now are saying, Prince, get out of here. That's not true. All I want you to do is the research and you'll see that it is true. A lot of those mortuaries, the people who house these funerals and services, a lot of them take the human organs, whatever they didn't sell, they chopped up and gave it to the slaughterhouses. And the slaughterhouses grinded it up and mixed it with the meat, and it extended what they were able to sell to the general public because people trusted them. You can't trust what you get from the supermarkets. You can't. Years ago, I found out that they put ground pork in turkey just to stretch it so that they would make more money off of it because pork was cheaper. They would take and chop up pork and sell it as a 100% turkey burger or 100% turkey sausage or chicken burger or chicken sausage. They would sell it to you as if it was clean, and it wasn't because they had pork contaminants in it. So many people are asleep in this day and time. We have no idea about the realities of life. These are some wicked people we're living up under right now. And they make it perfectly legal. The Most High is letting us know that the breads that we're eating today is defiled. But how many of you are really listening? Or how many of you are still arguing your point with no relevance to it? And the Most High said, even thus shall you say to the children of Israel, they eat their defiled meat, their defiled bread among the Gentiles, whither I have driven them. Then said I, Yohe-Wahe ha Elohim, behold, my soul has been polluted. My soul has not been polluted. From my youth up even until now, have I not eaten of that which dieth of itself, or that which is torn in pieces? Neither came their abominable flesh into my mouth. But none of y'all can say that today, unless the only food that you consumed was food from your farm and your land and your animals. Because if you go to the supermarket and buy your meats, your chickens, your turkeys, your fish, if you go to the supermarkets and buy your produce or your animals or the foods that you eat, you never know what's in it. So you couldn't make that statement that I haven't eaten any unclean food. You can't make that statement because you don't control the foods that you put in your own body. You think you do, but you don't. You think because you go to the butcher shop and you buy the ground beef that he got in the back, you think that he butchered all that meat up and he's selling you 100% whatever the meat product is that you're buying. It's not true. It's not true. These are some wicked people that we're living up under right now. Wicked. And we have to learn to either grow our own animals or stop consuming them completely. If you notice, he ain't saying nothing about vegetables or vegetation. He only talking about the meat. He ain't want no cow's dung or none of that stuff. He ain't want no chicken. He ain't want no turkey. He ain't want no lamb. He said, the only thing I put in myself, it was meat that I know wasn't torn by beasts. Per the law, you can't eat animals if another animal or something else killed it and you don't know how it died. That ain't gonna happen at the butcher shop, because if they got a certain animals in it just died or fall on the ground, they're gonna pick it up and chop it up and put it in the meat, and you ain't gonna know. They're gonna sell you a pork chop or two off that animal that died by itself. You ain't gonna know. A turkey leg, a breast, that animal died. You don't know if that animal was dead or not, but yet you're going to be the ones who's consuming it, and you want to stand here and argue with Prince and say you control the foods that you put in your body, and you really don't. You think you do. You're under the illusion that you do. The best thing you can do is grow your own food, raise your own animals. That's the best thing you can do to get up out of this nonsense that they got us in today. And if you ain't doing that, then you can't speak like Ezekiel spoke. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, behold, I will break the staff of the bread of Jerusalem, and they shall eat bread by weight and with care, and they shall drink by measure and with an astonishment, that they may want bread and water and be astonished one with another and consume away in their iniquities. And by our iniquities is the reason why we're living like we're living today, not knowing about our water. Do you know water is poisoning you today? The water you buy at the stores, most of it ain't really spring water like they tell you it is. Spring water is a natural source of water, but most of the water that they call spring water is not spring water. It's bottled water from some system, some city far away, that they bottle it and bring it to you. But you don't know that. You take it because they put the label spring water on it. You think it's cool, and it's not. And they sell it all over the airports. They make it reasonable, cheap for you in the markets, and give you discounts. You get 24 bottles for $3. And the reason why it's 24 bottles for $3 is because all they got to do is turn the spigot on and fill the bottles up. These tests are being proven every day. The Most High put us under this curse for a reason. And the reason why we're under this curse, eating foods that ain't no good for us, drinking water that ain't no good for us, the reason why we're under this curse is because we refuse to humble ourselves and serve him and him alone and worship him in the manner that he describes for us to worship him. That they may want bread and water and be astonished one with another and consumed away for their iniquity. Do you know that your body can starve from eating foods? And you can eat every day and your body will be in starvation mode. You know why? Because the nutrients is not in the food. Therefore, if the nutrients are not in the food, your body is starving for nutrients and you can die. That's how a lot of sicknesses and illnesses get upon us. You eating a lot of processed foods where the nutrients has been cooked out of the foods and you're eating it, you could die. You're drinking a lot of waters where the water has been replaced with some other stuff and you're drinking it and you can die of dehydration because you're not getting proper water. These things are real, but you'll question, how did Rufan die? What happened to Rufan? How she passed away? She was dehydrated. Her heart stopped. But she drank a lot of water. Matter of fact, she had a bottle of water today, but it was that water that they sell at the store. That's not real water. It was spigot water, and it had a lot of parasites and bugs and infections in it. Actually, it was wastewater that they refiltered over and over again and gave it to us in bottles and called it purified water, and it killed us. Thou son of man, take thee a sharp knife, take thee a barber's razor, and cause it to pass upon thy head and upon thy beard, and take thee balances of weight and divide the hair. Thou shalt burn with fire a third part in the midst of the city when the days of the siege are fulfilled, and thou shalt take a third part and smite out it with a knife, and a third part thou shalt scatter in the wind, and I will draw out a sword after them. Now, can you imagine that? Do you remember what's actually taking place right now? He told him to shave a part of his hair, shave a part of his beard, and all the hair that he got, take a third part and put it over here, take a third part and put it over there. And then he told him to take a third part and let it go in the wind. How you ever going to get that back? Because once it's released in the air, it's gone. Same thing with the words of your mouth. You got to be real careful about what you say. Because once you speak something evil or negativity to a group of people, you can't take that back. Because if you tell that person going to tell that person, that person going to tell that person, there is no way for you to go out and retract all of that information from everybody who heard it. Once again, it don't work that way. Thou shalt burn with fire a third part in the midst of the city. Take a third part, burn it up. When the days of the siege are fulfilled, thou shalt take a third part and smite about it with the knife, chop it up with the knife. And a third part thou shalt scatter in the wind. That ain't never getting back. And I will draw thy sword after them. So that means that the majority of us are being hunted down. Why? Because we won't humble ourselves before the Creator. Thou shalt also take therefore a few in number and bind them in thy skirt. And those are going to be the sacred ones that the Most High is going to provide for. A remnant of us will be protected by the Creator. Then take of them again and cast them into the midst of the fire and burn them in the fire. And therefore shall a fire come forth into all the house of Yisrael. So those ones he had in the skirts, the one of that remnant, the remnant that escaped, some of them are going to meet destruction as well. Why? Because they're going to turn away from the Almighty. They're going to get tired of living that lifestyle and figure out there's something better or something else out there that they should be doing. When you get people in this walk of life that turn away from this walk of life, right? And I don't do that Hebrew stuff no more. That's what the Most High is talking about. There was a part of that remnant that got away. The Most High just let them go. Well, he said they're going to get burnt in the fire too. They're going to get burnt up too. They was once receiving salvation. They chose to turn their backs because their minds got highly elevated. They're spiritually gifted now, and they're into something else, and they turn their back on the teachings of the Creator now. Who is that Yo-Hey-Wah-Hey that y'all talk about? I ain't with that no more. That Israelite is restrictive. It's too restricting, and that's what the Most High is talking about right there. When he told Ezekiel to put a little small portion of it in the skirt of his garment, on the end of his garment. And then he told him, go into that hem and take out a portion and put it in the fire and burn it up. The Most High already knows. It's up to us to see that all of us ain't going to make it. But we have to keep striving to be that remnant of a remnant. Be a remnant of a remnant. That means you got to walk in a certain way, a certain light. You got to hold yourself with a certain attitude and a certain conduct. You got to be the light for those who can't be a light for themselves. You got to care more about the salvation of others than you do the salvation of yourself. That's just the mind frame you have to be in. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim of Yisrael, this is Yerushalayim. I have set it in the midst of the nations and countries that are round about her, and she have changed my judgments into wickedness more than the nations, and my statutes more than the countries that are round about her. For they have refused my judgment and my statutes, they have not walked in them. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim of Yisrael, because ye multiply more than the nations that are around about you, and have not walked in my statutes, neither have kept my judgments, neither have done according to the judgments of the nations that are around about you. Therefore thus saith the Most High Elohim, behold, I, even I, am against thee, and will execute judgments in the midst of thee in the sight of the nations. And I will do in thee that which I have not done. The Most High loves us, but he's not in love with us, because he will punish us and correct us. Whereunto I will not do any more the like, because of all thine abominations. Therefore the Father have eaten the sons in the midst of thee, and the sons shall eat their fathers, and I will execute judgment in thee, and the whole remnant of thee will I scatter into all the winds. That remnant that he put in his skirt, a portion of them was taken out and scattered in the winds. Wherefore, as I live, saith the Most High, Ha Elohei Yisrael, surely because thou hast defiled my sanctuary. Yah has done what? We have defiled the holy place of the Most High. And that holy place of the Most High resides within you. It resides within you. Because thou hast defiled my sanctuary with all thy detestable things, and with all thine abominations. Therefore will I also diminish thee. Neither shall my eye spare, neither will I have any pity. A third part of thee shall die with the pestilence, and with famine shall they be consumed in the midst of thee. And a third part shall fall by the sword round about thee. And I will scatter a third part in all the winds, and I will draw out a sword against them. So a lot of people just going to be falling off, and you ain't going to understand. You're not going to understand. And first thing I want to say is this: don't think that all deaths is because somebody was evil before the Most High. It's not necessarily true. Matter of fact, that's far from true. Sometimes it's just time for people to go. They may have lived their time, or they have done what they needed to do, and the Most High want to preserve them from wickedness or seeing evil or wickedness. So the Most High will call them home to him. So everybody's death is not as a thing of they were evil before the Creator, just because they die. Sometimes you got to look at how they die to understand why they died. Thus shall my anger be accomplished, and I will cause my fury to rest upon them, and I will be comforted. And they shall know that I, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, have spoken it in my zeal, when I have accomplished my fury in them. The Most High is tired of us hurting him, harming him, disrespecting him, and giving his glory to another. The Most High doesn't like that from us, because he's done so much for us. The air, the simple air that you breathe when you woke up this morning was a blessing from the Creator. Moreover, I will make thee waste and a reproach among the nations that are round about thee in the sight of all that passes by. So it shall be a reproach and a taunt and instructions and an astonishment unto the nations that are around about thee, when I shall execute judgment in thee in anger and in fury and in a furious rebuke. I, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, have spoken it. The Most High is letting us know, just like he says in Isaiah chapter 45. He says that there are death in the city that I have not caused. He said, I create evil. I create light. I create darkness. I, the Most High, do all these things. He says, I have accomplished this in my fury. Moreover, I will make haste and reproach among the nations that are around about thee in the sight of all that shall come pass by. So it shall be a reproach and a taunt and instructions, and as astonishment unto the nations that are round about thee, when I shall execute judgment in thee in anger and in fury and in furious rebukes. I, the Most High, have spoken it. He says, when I shall send upon them the evil arrows of famine. Why do we always want to give everything negative that takes place in our lives to the devil? Oh, Satan did this. Satan caused that to happen. No, the Most High caused these calamities to take place. Even if Satan wanted to do it, he would have to get permission from the Creator to allow it to take place. So therefore, who's ultimately responsible for the good and evil that takes place to man? The Creator. When I shall send upon them the evil arrows of famine, which shall be for their destruction, and which I will send to destroy you, and I will increase the famine upon you, and will break your staff of bread. So will I send upon you famine and evil beasts, that they shall bereave thee, and pestilence and blood shall pass through thee, and I will bring the sword upon thee. I, the Most High, have spoken this. Any destruction that we meet, that comes our way, has come from the Creator. El Shaddai, El Elyon, El Rakhum. It has come from him and no other. How can you be responsible for the death that comes from the Most High? Is by choosing the way that you walk. If you walk in righteousness, then you're not responsible for those things. What I mean is, every man is accountable for everything that takes place in his life. So if death and destructions come in your direction, the reason why they came is because you did not obey the voice of the Creator and do what thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. You didn't do what he said for you to do. Had you did it, you could have prolonged your days, or you could have just prolonged some of that destruction that was coming in your direction. Those hard times, those bad times. Now, I'm not telling you don't pay your water bill and walk righteously and expect the Most High to provide you from getting your water shut off. That's not what I'm saying to you. Because to walk righteously, you will pay those who you owe. Therefore, you will pay your water bill. Why do you think black folk got so much bad credit? We got so much bad credit because we ain't living righteously. We don't want to pay who we owe. We want to just keep owing them. That's why black folk got so much bad credit, because we are the chosen children of the Most High. We don't even want to serve him. And if we served him in righteousness, then we will pay our debts, those who we owe. And if we paid our debts, our credit would improve. But we can't, and we don't. And the Most High came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face toward the mountains of Yisrael and prophesy against them. Who are the mountains of Yisrael? He's talking about that leadership. Brothers like me and other people who service the needs of the children of Yisrael, the Creator's people. We are mountains, and we have to understand that. And we have to be more on point than the average person. Ye mountains of Yisrael, hear the words of the Most High, El Shaddai, El Elyon. Thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Ha-Eloheh Yisrael, to the mountains and to the hills, to our generals, to the rivers, all the peoples, and to the valleys, people who live in the communities. Behold, even I will bring a sword upon you, and I will destroy your high places, and your altars shall be desolate, and your images shall be broken, and I will cast down your slain men before your idols. And I will lay the dead carcass of the children of Israel before their idols, and I will also scatter your bones round about your altars. In all your dwellings, the city shall be laid waste. And let me ask you this. In all of your dwellings, your city should be laid waste. Everywhere we got black communities, Why they look so bad? Everywhere where black communities are is always named the ghetto. Why is that? It's all a part of the curse. Even when we move into the European people's neighborhoods and we began to come in by large numbers and we take over those neighborhoods, eventually it becomes the ghetto. It starts looking bad. People don't paint, people don't clean, people don't pick up trash. We throw trash out the window, we litter. We have no regard for the place that we call home, let alone how a lot of our houses look on the inside. A lot of y'all houses are so nasty, the roaches don't even want to come visit. It's so nasty in there. Some of y'all, I've seen some people's houses that I just had to record. It was so nasty. It was just nasty. And then they want to have a unity Shabbat and serve you food out of there. Not me. That ain't happening. The reality is, family, this old saying, this is not law, but cleanliness is next to godliness, they teach. It's not law, it's not true. But to have a clean home is definitely a trait of a righteous individual. Definitely. Because clutter and mess and dirt and filth, when your house is nasty, it brings about a nasty energy that rests within you. Why do you think you feel so much better when you clean your house up? Because that energy leaves. Once you wash all them dishes in your zinc, that energy leaves. A lot of us don't understand, but that's part of the problem that we have while we can't turn our lives around, because we don't clean up the mess, the physical mess, along with the spiritual mess that's in our lives. I knew one sister, she had a nice little truck, brand new truck. She was a school teacher. She had a nice truck, a van, really nice van. You see her from the outside, see her riding by, you wave at her. And one day I walked up to that van and saw the inside of that van. Clutter was everywhere. People couldn't sit in the back seat or the seat behind that. People couldn't even sit in the seat next to her because there was just clutter. You couldn't say, well, let me move this to the back, because the back was already piled up. So you couldn't move it out the front seat so you could sit in the front seat, put it in the back of the truck, because it was already piled up with junk back there already. And this was an Israelite sister. And she was a prominent elder sister in Israel who had a degree and who was a teacher that people would look at and respect. And her home, her house that she lived in, was the same way. I'm not talking about a table full of mail. My wife be getting on me because my table full of mail, because I got a lot of business going on. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about everywhere in her house. You couldn't even sit down. You couldn't even walk on the floor unless you move stuff out the way to make a path. How do people get that way? I don't know, but they do. There's a lot of people that get that way. And your altars shall be desolated, and your images shall be broken down. And I will cast down your slain men before your idols. And I will lay the dead carcasses of the children of Israel before the idols. And I will scatter your bones around about your altars. In all your dwelling places, the city shall be laid waste, and the high places shall be desolate, that our altars may be laid waste and made desolate, and your idols may be broken and cease, and your images may be cut down, and your works may be abolished. This is specifically talking to those who practice idolatry today. But you'd be surprised, because a lot of us make a deity out of our car, out of our houses, out of our jobs. Anything you put before the Creator, you have now made it a deity. And the slain shall fall in the midst of you, and ye shall know that I am Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, and I have done it. Yet will I leave a remnant. It's always going to be a remnant of us left behind. Matter of fact, a remnant of a remnant. He's going to take that remnant and then separate some from that remnant and make a remnant of a remnant. Yet will I leave a remnant that ye may have some that shall escape the sword among the nations, when ye shall be scattered through the countries. So if you look around, family, how you can tell if you're a part of that remnant of a remnant? If you are finding yourself doing what the majority of people do in your service to the Creator, in your practice of life, in the way that you think, if you're doing what the majority of everyone else is doing, then you're not a remnant of that remnant. Because a remnant of a remnant, their lifestyles are going to be different than the average person's lifestyle. And if your lifestyle, the only difference you got is that you know you're a Hebrew Israelite and you keep the Shabbat and you don't worship JC, if that's the only thing that you got that makes your life set apart, then you're just a part of the remnant. But that remnant should be cut down too. You got to be a part of the remnant that's part of the remnant. That's when you begin to elevate and illuminate to another level of consciousness. And they that escape of you shall remember me among the nations, whether they shall be carried captive, because I am broken with the whorish heart. With the what heart? With the whorish heart, the whorish mind. So many of us has a whore's forehead. All we think about is sex, how to have sex. Well, I ain't got to tell Prince that I'm doing this, but I'm going to give myself to this man. And that be the real reason why you don't associate with Prince on that level, because you know that you're giving yourself to people that ain't your husband. And you know Prince ain't going to have it. And you know you got to keep that secret or keep that separated from him, because if you told him that, he going to cut you off anyway. So you just rather stay away, which is a wise thing for you to do, rather than to admit your shame and your guilt and deal with those issues. But that's what you should do. You should admit your shortcomings, face those demons, and get them out of your life. Yet will I leave a remnant that ye may have some that shall escape the sword among the nations, when you shall escape through the countries. And they that escape of you shall remember me among the nations, whether they shall be carried away captive, because I am broken with their whorish hearts, which have departed from me, and with their eyes, which go whoring after their idols. And they shall lose themselves for the evils which they have committed in all their abominations. And they shall know that I am Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, and that I have not said in vain that I would do this evil unto them. He's letting you know that he's surely going to come through with the destruction that he said he's going to do. Thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, Ha Elohei Yisrael, smite with thy hand and stomp with thy rod, and say, Alas, for all this evil abominations of the house of Yisrael, for they shall fall by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence. He that is far off shall die of the pestilence, and he that is near shall fall by the sword, and he that remaineth and is besieged shall die by the famine. Thus will I accomplish my fury upon them. The Most High is going to have his way. If you escape one thing, another issue is going to rise up in your life to test and challenge you, whether you are his or the devil's. Then ye shall know that I am the Most High, when their slain men shall be among their idols round about their altars, upon every high hill, in all the tops of the mountains, and under every green tree, and under every thick oak, and the place where they did offer sweet savour to all their idols. So will I stretch out my hand upon them, and make the land desolate, yea, more desolate than the wilderness toward Diblath, in all their habitations, and they shall know that I am Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. Wow. Moreover, the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Also, thou son of man, Thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Ha Elohei Yisrael unto the land of Yisrael, and the end is come upon the four corners of the land. Now is the end come upon thee, and I will send my anger upon thee, and will judge thee according to thy ways, and will recompense upon thee all thine abominations. The land of Yisrael was full of idolaters, people who worship things that was not the Most High. Although they try to say these things was the Most High, they wasn't. They gave these things images and idols and statues. They gave them power and authority over their lives to govern their seasons, days, and years. They will go to these deities with sacrifices and worship them for results and answers. And this thing drove the Most High insane. He got mad. It upset him. It made him furious. Just like you today, with all these idols and images that you keep saying is the Creator, trying to make them equal to the Creator, it upsets him. It hurts him. It angers him. He becomes infuriated with you after he done sent a watchman to you so many times to try to open up your mind, and you refused. You refuse to hear and listen what the Most High is trying to get across to you, because you're stuck on religion as opposed to being stuck on spiritual development and spiritual growth and hearing the laws of the Most High. The Most High says, now the end is come upon thee, and I will send my anger upon thee, and will judge thee according to thy ways, and recompense upon thee thine abominations. And my eyes shall not spare you, neither will I have pity on you, but I will recompense thy ways upon thee. He's going to do all that because you heard Prince tell you that you were practicing idolatry, and you kept doing it. Not did he tell you once, not did he tell you twice. He told you many times, and you ignored him, and you kept doing it. The Most High is a jealous power. He doesn't want us worshiping anyone other than him. That's it. And if you're not going to worship him, then you don't need to worship any. And ye shall know that I am Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. Thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Ha Elohim, and evil, and only evil, behold, is coming. And end is come, the end is come. It watches for thee, behold, it is come. The morning is come unto thee, O thou that dwellest in the land, the time is come. The day of trouble is near, and not the sounding again of the mountains. Nor will I shortly pour out my fury upon thee, and now will I shortly pull out my fury upon thee, and accomplish my anger upon. What is it that we could have done to make the Most High so angry? Because we right now, we've been here for about an hour or 2 hours reading over and over about all this anger and frustration that the Most High has with us. What is it that we could have possibly done to anger him to this level? Now will I shortly pour out my fury upon thee, and accomplish my anger upon thee, and I will judge thee according to thy ways, and I will recompense thee for all their abominations. And my eyes shall not spare, neither will I have pity. I will recompense thee according to thy ways, and thy abominations that are in the midst of thee. And ye shall know that I am Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh that smiteth thee. Behold the day, behold it is come. The morning is going forth. The rod has blossomed. Pride has bubbled. Budded. The pride has budded. Violence is risen up into a rod of wickedness. None of them shall remain, nor of their multitude, nor of any of theirs, neither shall there be wailing for them. Creator saying, don't even cry for them when that time comes. The time has come. The day has drawn near. Let not the buyer rejoice, nor the seller mourn, for wrath is upon the multitude thereof. For the seller should not return to that which is sold, although they were yet alive. For the vision is touching the whole multitude thereof, which shall not return, neither shall any strengthen himself in the iniquity of his life. They have blown the trumpet, even to make all ready, but none goeth to the battle. For my wrath is upon all the multitudes thereof. He said, they have blown the trumpet. They have given the warning, even to make people get ready. But the people weren't getting ready, like we have talked about today. The sword is without, and the pestilence and the famine within. He that is in the field shall die with the sword, and he that is in the city, famine and pestilence shall devour him. Look how the Most High separates the city life from this urban life, from the suburban life. He that is in the field shall die with the sword, and he that is in the city, famine and pestilence shall devour them. This shows that the Most High recognized that we were going to be separated. But if we had all come together, we could survive this together. But because we're so scattered and few in numbers, we don't have enough resources to fight against the adversary was when they come. But they that escape of them shall escape and shall be on the mountains like doves of the valley, all of them mourning, everyone for his iniquity. All hands shall be feeble, and all knees shall be weak as water. They shall also gird themselves with sackcloth, and horror shall cover them. And shame shall be upon all faces, and baldness upon their heads. They shall cast their silver in the streets, and their gold shall be removed. Their silver and their gold shall not be able to deliver them in the day when the wrath of the Most High. They shall not satisfy their souls, neither fill their bowls, because it is the stumbling block of their iniquity. As for the beauty of his ornament, he set it in majestic. But they made the images of their abominations and of their detestable things therein. Therefore have I set it far from thee. Let me read that again so you understand. He's saying that the embroidering that we put on our clothes, we glorified those deities, like putting crosses on our shirts, crosses on our neck, embroidering clothes made with crosses and all those things, and JC on the statue and the images of JC and all that stuff. The Creator saying that we took our deities and embroidered them upon ourselves. As for the beauty of his ornament, his clothing, his belongings, he set it in majesty, meaning he decked it out looking good. But they made the images of their abominations, the idols and the deities that we worshiped, we put it in our images, and of their detestable things therein. Therefore have I set it far from them, and I will give it into the hands of the strangers for a prey, as to the wicked of the earth for a spoil, and they shall pollute it. My face, that means all these churches we got are going to get torn down, ran down, polluted. My face will I turn also from them, and they shall pollute my secret place, for the robbers shall enter into it and defile it. Make a chain, for the land is full of bloody crimes, and the city is full of violence. Wherefore I will bring the worst of the heathens, and they shall possess their houses. He's going to bring the worst of the heathens upon us, and they're going to possess our houses. I will also make the pomp of the strong to cease, and their holy places shall be defiled. Destruction cometh, and they shall seek peace, and there will be no peace. Mischief shall come upon them, and rumors shall be upon rumor. They shall Then shall they seek a vision of the prophet, but the law shall perish from the priests, and the counsel from the ancients. The king shall mourn, and the prince shall be clothed with desolation, and the hands of the people of the land shall be troubled. And I will do unto them after their way, and according to their desert will I judge them. And they shall know that I am Yod-Heh Wah-Heh. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Here we go, family. Let's go. So that was our reading for today. Now let's talk. Destruction is round about us. Everywhere we go, everywhere we turn, that destruction is waiting for us. But don't be so quick to say if somebody else did that. You have to own up and be held accountable for everything that happens in your life. You're only going to see destruction because of the decisions that you made in life, the things that you've done. The Most High is going to hold us accountable for our own actions. We don't have to point the finger or point the blame and blame somebody else when destruction comes about in our lives, because it is a decision that we made that caused that destruction to come in our direction. Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right, so let's talk, family. Any questions or comments about anything we read today thus far? So who would like to answer the question? Does the Bible teach about UFOs? Does the Bible teach about UFOs? Yes or no? What do you get out of that? What you get out of that first part of the lesson? The Bible teaching you about UFOs? Nobody want to say yes. Nobody want to say no. You ain't got nothing to be afraid of. It's okay. You only giving your opinion. And everybody's entitled to their opinion. Hello? Brother Benjamin says it does. Okay. All right. All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Anyone else? Does the Bible teach about UFOs? Does anyone have any questions or comments about today's lesson? Anyone? It's a fact. The Bible speaks about unidentified flying objects. That's absolutely right. It does. Unidentified flying objects. All right, so since nobody else is responding, nobody else is talking, nobody else wants to participate, I might have put everybody to sleep with that one, huh? Talk us about the lesson, family. How'd you enjoy the lesson? This lesson was extremely powerful and enlightening. The vastness of the subject matters is deepening my understanding of the Creator and His purpose. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Anyone else? Any other comments? How has this lesson affected your understanding of the Most High and how He moves and how He works and what He requires of us? You know, I tell you one thing it does, it shows you how angry we have made Him, how disappointing we got Him, because the Creator is extremely disappointed with us. But He knows that we are a stiff-necked people, a rebellious stiff-necked people. He knows that it's hard for us to get the masses to agree and to move in righteousness. But what else He knows is that anybody who stands up for righteousness, the masses of the people are going to devise plans and wickedness to try to destroy them. This is deep. It's on a high spiritual level, but it happens. Are there any questions about anything we discussed so far today? And I'm trying to give it so much time because sometimes people are delayed and although we say something right now, they might not hear it right now. overwhelming subject today, especially considering the stress I feel in my circumstances. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. As usual. Siempre. Siempre. I know. Great lesson, my brother, at Prince Kaz. Is Ezekiel the son of man? Ezekiel is one of the sons of men. Son of man means Israelite man in the flesh. Is an Israelite in his fleshly form. I think every chicken in the world loves your messages and are promoting your teachings. Well, that means it's going to get across to a lot of people because there's a lot of chickens in the world that people eat. They eat a lot of chickens every day. I think it's like 1 billion chickens, I think a year is eaten every day. I think it's 1 billion chickens that's eaten every day. I think that's the way it is. I think that's the count. 1 billion chickens a day. I believe that's what it is. But that's a lot. That's a lot of chicken. It's a lot of chickens. Oh, we wanted to have that question. Siempre means always. Is that Spanish? Siempre?
Yeah.
Mr. Otter? See? Okay. You always deliver. Yeah, Spanish. I didn't know you spoke Spanish, Mr. Otter. Yo soy todo eso. Yo soy todo eso en español. Siempre. I didn't know you were speaking Spanish, Mr. Otter. Please forgive me. So this person asks, is Ezekiel the son of man? Any Israelite in his natural form on this earth is a son of man, can be referred to as a son of man. Any Israelite. Okay. All right. That's good to know, Mr. Otter. That's good to know. So that means when we need a Spanish teacher at the school, will you be willing to teach the Spanish to the children, Mr. Spanish speaker? That means if we ever need another Spanish teacher at the school, we can call on you to teach at the school, to teach the children Spanish, Mr. Otter. That'd be good to know. Okay, let's address this. Brother Benjamin says, any descendant of Adam is a son of Adam, which is what the text actually says. Okay, I'm not so sure if that's right. As far as I've never seen any reference in scripture where it calls a mortal man son of Adam. I've never seen that. I've only seen it where it refers to the children of Israel because of how we were brought into existence on this physical level. That's good to know, Mr. Otter. Greatly appreciated, bro. If we had that problem again, we'll reach out to you. Right now, we got a Spanish teacher. But if we have that problem again, we'll reach out to you and see if you're available. Yeah, I've never seen anywhere in scriptures. I've never seen anywhere in scriptures where a mortal man that wasn't of Adam, well, any other nationality of man was called the Son of Man. And if you can find that in scriptures, please present it to me. Because everywhere where I see where it says Son of Man, it's always referencing an Israelite an angel, an Israelite, or an angel. It's the only place I've ever seen it at. And when you think about it, and they say one place where it's mentioned, and the other one looks like the Son of Man, a Son of Man. In Daniel's, referencing as if this one that's in the fire is not of them. It's not their people, but someone else. But maybe you could be right. You know, if you're right and you show me somewhere in scriptures where it references anyone other than an Israelite or an angel, and an angel is an Israelite, anyone other than that as a son of man, I would love to see it. Read it in the Hebrew. Oh, I'm not disputing that it says Bain Adam. I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is I've never seen it in reference Bain Adam referring to anyone other than an Israelite. That's what I'm saying. So therefore, that's the way I teach it, because that's the way I understand it to be. When I seen all through the scriptures where it says son of man, son of man, son of man, it was always speaking on a spiritual level about an Israelite man or an angel. And an angel is an Israelite man on that level. Okay, but if you're right, then just open my mind to understanding. You know, I'm not above understanding. Share it with me. All right. Are there any other comments or questions, family? While we at it, do we have anybody that want to close us out with prayer today? Anybody want to close us out with prayer? Nobody want to close us out with prayer? Okay. I'll do the prayer. Iman, do we have any announcements?
Hello.
All right. We had a wonderful class today, family. I'm so happy that we had this class. It taught us a lot about self. It taught us a lot about being accountable, you know, because a lot of us, we escape the bullet because we want to put the blame on someone else. It's always easier for us to say it was somebody else's fault. Very difficult for us to accept the fact that it was our fault, that situations went the way that it did, or things happened to us the way that it did. You know, it's very easy for us to push that blame on somebody else. But in reality, it's because of our own doings that these things take place in our lives the way that they do. Are there any questions or answers about anything be outside of the lesson of the day? Are there any questions and answers, any questions about anything or any statements about anything outside of today's lesson? We are a stiff-necked people. That is why we're not redeemed by the act of obedience alone, but also by his steadfast love and grace toward us. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. We are a rebellious, stiff-necked people. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Anyone? Okay, let's take a look at that. In chapter 3, Son of Man of Ecclesiasticus. Let's look it up. Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiasticus? Ecclesiastes. Chapter 3, right? Chapter 3? Okay, let's look. Where's it at? What verse do you know? You're not talking about right here, are you? You're not talking about this right here, are you? 19? Verse 19. Okay. For that which befalleth the sons of men befalleth beasts. Even one thing falleth them, as one dieth, so when others, yea, with the breath, the preeminence over all. Now, when it's just me. It's just me. We're not worried about what happens to the earth or people in creation. We only worried about what happens to Israel. Okay? So when it's talking as in reference to that which befalleth people, it's not worried about the world, it's talking about the children of Israel. I mean, when I say reference to, you can't use the colloquial term, I'm talking about an individual. Reference an individual in reference to the Son of Man. Like Ezekiel was called Son of Man. The angel was called Son of Man. I'm not talking about on a spectrum with the nation of Israel, because this could be in reference to the nation of Israel. We know that the law was given to the children of Israel. We know this. And it does say, Benai ha-Adam in Ivri. It does say that. For that which befalleth the sons of men befalleth beasts. To me, all that's saying is, just like I said, that which happens to an Israelite man is the same thing that happens to a beast. So that's where I'm at with that. That's not convincing to me, or that's talking about mankind or anyone. Let me see. Okay, let's see. This might be more convincing. Let's look up Yirmiyahu 32. All right, let's see what 32 says. Yirmiyahu, where's he at? Where we at? 32. It looks like a common phrase. It is in Isaiah as well. Well, where are we at in 32? Yirmiyahu 32. Let's see where it says. What verse in 32? I think it says that because there is a species, a 19, 32 and 19. Okay. Everything is on 19, huh? Both of them is in 19. Greatest counsel and mighty works, for thy eyes are open upon all the ways of the Son of Man. No, that's talking about Israel again. That's talking about Israel. In my opinion, that's talking about Israel. I'm asking for a reference where a man is designated as the Son of Man. All the sons of man. That's what this is talking about. Sons of men to give in accordance. Yeah, I'm not looking for that type of understanding. I'm looking for something where it says that this man was a son of man, or somebody that we knew wasn't an Israelite, and it referenced him as a son of man. That's all I'm looking for. And this one says B'nai Adam. I guess that's because it's in the plural, sons of men. All right, I don't see what I'm looking for, but I will begin a search later on to see it. And the reason why, I thought I did a search once before, years ago, but I couldn't find anywhere where it was referring to an individual that wasn't an Israelite as the Son of Man. I couldn't find it. And if you can, I'll like it. I'll like to see it. Now, 19 is a reference in the plural. B'nai Adam, sons of Adam. Bain, Ha-Bain, the son, Adam, is the man. But B'nai is multiple, which means sons of Ha-Adam, of the man. All right, but I would love to see it where it referenced anyone in particular, like it did with Daniel, like it did with the angel, or where else did it call somebody a son of man? It's been so long since I had to look that up. Several places. And that was just an Israelite reference. All right. But it's good exercise for us to learn these things and try to find where these particular things are at in scriptures, because it gives us a key to how the Most High deals with us and recognizes us. And one place I know, you say Yoel and Micah 5. One place I know is in the book of Psalms, 12th chapter, I believe it is. It says 1 and 12 or 12th chapter. It says, kiss the son unless he becomes angry. Well, let me see what my brother talking about in Yoel and Micah. What is that? Yoel? Is that one? All right, let me go this way. Yoel 1. And what verse is that? Yoel 1 and 2. Hear ye this, your old men, and give ye, inhabitants of the land. Have this been in our days, even in the days of our fathers? I don't see that there. Ye old men, and give ear, ye inhabitants of the land. Hear ye in the days, or even in the days of our fathers. Tell ye your children of it, and let your children tell their children, and the children's another generation. Where does it say Son of Man at in Yoel? I don't see it in Yoel. Micah 5 and 7. Yeah, I don't see it in Yoel. I'm going to look up Micah. Micah 5 and 7. And the remnant of Jacob being like many people as a dew from the dawn, the showers of the grass, and terrible not for man, nor waited for the sons of man. Okay, that's a little confusing, but all right, let me read that again, because that's the same thing. And the remnant of Jacob shall be in the midst of many people as a dew from the Most High, as the showers upon the grass that tarrieth not for man, nor waiteth for the sons of men. I don't know about that one, bro. I don't know about that one. All right, still I haven't seen anything that I'm looking for. So if you do know one, I'll be glad to read it. Micah 5. Oh, Micah 5. Why was I in Micah? Oh, I'm in Micah 5 now. Yoel 1, verse 2. I don't know what was in Yoel. Let me look it up in Hebrew and see if the second verse says in Hebrew. Yeah, I don't even see it in Hebrew. I don't know which one you're talking about. And that's Yoel 1 and 2. Even in Hebrew, it doesn't say Son of Man. 1 and 12. Okay, let me go back. 1 and 12. The vine is dried up, and the fig tree languishes, the pomegranate tree, the palm tree also, and the apple tree, even all the trees of the field are withered because of the joy is widespread among the sons of men. Well, you know what that's talking about. That's definitely not talking about regular men. That's talking about the children of Israel. It's talking about the children of Israel. The vine and all that is the children of Israel. And the joy is withered away from the sons of men, the children of Israel. So that definitely is not it. Micah 5, verse 7. Did we just do that? Micah 5. I thought we just did that. And the remnant of Jacob, yeah, we just did that. Yeah, I don't see it, bro. And I'm just looking for something simple. Everything that you're sharing, we're still talking about Israelite men. All those places are still in reference to Israelite people. I haven't seen anything that's just talking about a common man in reference to a son of man, being called the son of man. But I would love to see it if I'm wrong. I would love to see it. I just haven't seen it. So let me see if I understand you correctly. The term sons of men are exclusively of Israelite. No, the term son of man is exclusively an Israelite term. But the other ancient nations descended from Adam in the earth. And that's why I'm not talking about sons of Adam. I'm talking about son of Adam. And if you collectively put together a lot of Israelites, then it's Benai Adam, sons of Adam. Son of man, sons are men's associated with messiahship. No, it has nothing to do with messiahship. It has everything to do with being an Israelite. That's it. That's all I'm saying. We all know that all males on the earth, all men on the earth come from Adam. But that's not the issue. I've never seen anywhere where it called a son of, let's say Nebuchadnezzar being called a son of man. I've never seen anything like that. Or even Cyrus being called a son of man. And he was called a Messiah. Cyrus was called a Messiah, but he wasn't called a son of man. And that's what I haven't seen. I've never seen anybody being called son of man other than the children of Israel, an Israelite man. And if I'm wrong, I can stand to be corrected. Somebody just show me the scripture and show me where I'm wrong. It's a possibility, but I doubt it. I actually think I did the study and the research on it, and I actually think that I'm correct on this. I've never seen it. It's like a spiritual term, you know? It's something special about the children of Israel, something real special. We didn't come through to this earth in the way that ordinary people came into this earth. We didn't. We won't. It's just not us. That's why the Most High favors us so much. That's why he favors us so much. Because we got here by a special process. And it wasn't the normal way that so many others arrived here. All right. So I think it's time we close out unless we have another question or comment that we would like to address. Does anyone else have any questions they're concerned with? Any comments that they would like to address before we close out? If it is, we can do so. That's right, a peculiar treasure. That's what we are. There's a lot of things as to why we're a peculiar treasure. Is there anyone else? Any other comment? Any other questions? All right. Is there anyone wishing to close us out for prayer? Oh, did y'all get those likes up? Let me go check. Did y'all get those likes up? Did we, man, we got 12 likes. 12 likes out of all these people. We got 12 likes. Come on, y'all. We could do better than that. If you haven't liked yet, go like. If you didn't share yet, go share it to your social media page. Get that thing going, y'all. 12 likes. All right. So we're going to close out with prayer. Anyone want to close us out with a prayer today? Anyone? Anyone wishing to close us out with prayer today? All right. You got it, Mr. Otter. Let me send you the link. I did put the link in there for you, Mr. Otter. If you don't see it. Okay. Okay, there you go. All right, bro. We're gonna bring you on the stage.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Let me get the shofar.
Okay.
And turn the lights off.
Allahu El Shaddai Eloheinu wa Elohei Abotenu Abi Avram Abi Yitzchak wa Abi Yaakov Atak Wadosh wa Shemeka Kwadosh Baruch Shemeka Leolam Wayer. Praise ye El Shaddai. Praise ye El Shaddai from the heavens. Praise him in his heights. Praise him all his angels. Praise him all his host. Praise him ye sun and moon. Praise him all ye stars of light. Praise him ye heavens of heavens and ye waters that be above the heavens. Let them praise the name of El Shaddai, for he commanded they were created. He have also established them forever and ever. He have made a decree which shall not pass. Praise El Shaddai from the earthly dragons and all deeps. Fire and hell, snow and vapor, stormy wind, fulfilling his words. Mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars. Beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying fowl. Kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth. Both young men and maidens, old men and children, let them praise the name of El Shaddai, for his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth and heaven. He also exalted the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints. Even of the children of Israel, a people now unto him, praise ye El Shaddai. Blessed be El Shaddai, who is to be blessed. Blessed be El Shaddai, who is to be blessed forever and ever. Blessed art thou, O El Shaddai, King of the universe, who art thy word bringest on the evening twilight. With wisdom openest the gates of heavens, and with understanding changes times and various seasons, and arranges the stars and watches the skies according to thy will. Thou createst day and night. Thou rollest away the light from before the darkness, and the darkness from before the light. Thou makest the day to pass, and the night to approach, and dividest the day from the night. El Shaddai is thy name, a king living, enduring continually. Mayest thou reign over us forever and ever. Blessed art thou, O El Shaddai, who bringest on the evening twilight. With everlasting love thou hast loved the house of Israel, thy people. A law and commandment, statute and judgment hast thou taught us. Therefore, O El Shaddai, when we lie down and when we rise up, we will meditate on thy statutes. Yea, we will rejoice in the words of thy laws and in thy commandments forever. For they are our life and the length of our days, and we will meditate on them day and night. And mayest thou never take away thy love from us. Blessed art thou, O El Shaddai, who lovest thy people Israel. Baruch Shemecha, Baruch Yeminecha, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok Leolam Wayer. Baruch Shem Kabor Malchuto Leolam Wayer. Baruch Habor Elohim Mim Komo Melech Elyon. Hallelujah. Leolam Wayer.
The Most High be praised. Total about. Beautiful prayer, bro. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Anything you want to say before we go?
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate you, my brother. And I love what you do every week, man. I appreciate you.
Total about.
I'll be down there to visit real soon.
Ah, yeah. Tell your wife we share shalom, man.
Definitely will. Definitely will.
We got holy days coming up, man. Y'all always welcome, man.
Oh, Shimon. I appreciate it.
Always welcome.
Appreciate it.
I'll be with you and the family.
Shut up, my brother.
Your brothers, I say shalom as well.
I definitely will.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
I knew you was going to say that, Sister Laurel, because I know how you like to hear that horn. I knew you was going to say that. May the Most High be with you. All right. Any questions, any comments before we close this out, y'all? Because once we close it out, you know it's done. Are there any questions, any comments? No questions, no comments, family? We all done, family? All right. Iman, any comments? Any announcements or anything?
Hello, no announcements.
Tentatively, we have a date for Pesach, April 4th. Tentatively, April 4th. So if there's any questions, I'll have it up to the website probably by sometime in January. I'll post it on the website, gets the rest of the holy dates for the rest of the year. Once I put all that together, then I'll post the holy dates for the rest of the year and Pesach. Any questions or concerns? And also, family, if you're coming down for Pesach or this season, you should start saving up your money now so you won't have any reason for not making it. And where's that other sister at? Sister Aisha, where you at, Sister Aisha? Because you said you was going to be here by January, Sister Aisha. You know we're going to hold you to what you say. All right. May the Most High be with us. May the Most High bless and protect us all. May the Most High strengthen us and give us peace. Toda Rabbah Abinu. Toda Rabbah. Shalom, shalom, Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. You had a lot to do. You know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at beulahland@templekefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration. Change up in a minute, as fast as change clothes out the cleaner.